that opening piece, that was one of my songs for the album. That opening piece was originally flamenco guitar. It was, I think I was kind of doing this very loose, dark kind of sonata that's had this mysterious, spooky minor feel to it. And so I was kind of like, if you listen to the demo, it's guitar, and Matt did it originally for the album, and he did it perfect. And it was Dave who said, "Hey, do you guys want to try that as piano?" And me, like, with the keyboard back there, I was like, "Fuck it, let's see immediately how it sounds." So I sat down and just played it, and I was like, "It sounds pretty good."
Greetings everyone, and welcome to episode 166 of Into the Necrosphere. This week, my friend Sam Bean of the Antichrist Imperium and Werewolves returns to the show to bask in the afterglow and sip the champagne of victory that comes along with being labelled one of the makers of the best record of 2022 according to yours truly. That record, of course, was Volume 3, Satan in His Original Glory by the Antichrist Imperium. I spoke to Sam about the writing and production of that record. I got an update from him on everything going on in the Werewolves camp at the moment, including a rundown of the tour that they went on in Australia recently with Mayhem and with Ulcerate. And if you are familiar with the types of conversations that Sam and I have recorded for this podcast before, you will know that we like talking about some grown-up stuff as well. So there's some geopolitics, there's some economics. I think we covered just about every single topic on the spectrum, and we could have gone on for much, much longer than we did. But that will be saved for a part 4. But I enjoyed every single second of recording this episode. I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it as well. Before we get to that, though, Sick is the name of a new project that has been launched by the mighty Matt Prizzo. Matt Prizzo, of course, was a guest on episode 158 of Into the Necrosphere. He is the co-host of the Slave to the Underground podcast alongside Kelly T. And he is also the frontman of the recently revived Spells of Torment project that I featured on this podcast previously. Sick, on the other hand, is a altogether different proposition. If you like your black metal, grim cult, necro, and completely and utterly uncompromising, this to me is like well-aged steak, and that is why I decided that the legions have to hear it. I am going to play a song for you right now called Belial Part 2, The Summoning. You just listened to Belial Part 2, The Summoning by Sick, a very exciting new project featuring Matt Prizzo of Spells of Torment, as well as Robin Stone on drums. Robin has been the drummer on a couple of projects that I've featured on the podcast over the years. A phenomenal player and also a guy well worth following on social media if you do not do so already. I will post the link to Sick's Bandcamp in the description of the podcast, so head over there and show Matt and Robin some love. If you're new to the podcast, make sure that you elbow drop the subscribe button on your platform of choice. Follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook if you don't already do so. And if you really love what I do and you want to show your love and support for the show, then head over to the Into the Necrosphere Teespring store. Very exciting announcement coming soon. I say this every week, but I just need to find the time to get my ducks in a row, and there's going to be a couple of new designs dropping there very, very shortly. Also, make sure that you follow my fellow horsemen of the podcast Apocalypse. Every Monday, we've got Brandon Legion bringing you Horrorwolf 666 that features interviews with writers, directors, producers from the horror genre. Every Tuesday, of course, there is Into the Necrosphere for free, featuring yours truly, casting hexes and slaying posers, talking a whole lot of trash, and getting some interesting guests on. I've got a pretty stacked lineup over the course of the next couple of weeks. Next week, I am very pleased to announce that I will be talking to Thomas Eriksson of Mork. I had a comment about this because I posted it on social media, or posted about it on social media, I should say, and somebody asked me whether that gatekeeper lady has gotten, or has finally woken up or finally responded to me. She's no longer in the picture, which is, I think, why I ended up having Thomas on the podcast. But it's in the bank. Great conversation, great guy. And it's one that you guys have asked for quite a while now. So, a good 2 years in the making, I would say. And very pleased that it finally happened. The week after, I've got Kevin Sharp of A Venomous Concept. This one is also in the bank. I will say, I think Kevin may have enjoyed a few tipples before we spoke. But so it took me a while to kind of get him going. But once he got going, he was a lot of fun to talk to. And he's been on the podcast before. I'm a big fan of most of what he's done. So great having him on again as well. On we move, though, along the weekly schedule of the Horsemen of the Podcast Apocalypse. Every Wednesday, Sensei Mike Hill brings you Everything Went Black, a fantastic weekly podcast where he talks to friends, he talks to folks from the movie industry, the music industry. He's had all sorts of people on there, and generally speaking, it's always a very, very enjoyable hour to an hour and a half. He also returns every Thursday with Necromaniacs, my favorite podcast of the week, where he reviews, alongside his co-hosts Mike Scandado and Jeff Kashid, new horror movies, sometimes also classic horror movies. But always super entertaining. And if you need something to get you teed up for your weekend's viewing, that is definitely the podcast to listen to. Speaking of your weekend's viewing, every Sunday, the Reverend Carl Hikara brings you the arcane, esoteric, the weird on his podcast, Soul Knocks. I was on a recent episode talking about one of our mutually agreed favorite horror movies, The Exorcist 3. Really, really fun conversation. I've had such a great response to that on the socials. And if you guys have not yet seen it, make sure that you, or not seen it, I should say, listened to it. Make sure that you go check it out. I believe he is everywhere barring Apple Podcasts. So, also, finally, if you get to the end of a very hefty conversation with Sam Bean and you are still gagging for some more of old Jackson, I'm going to be doing a roundup of some of my favorite releases of the month, possibly actually greater than the last month because I've been slacking a little on the review section. One thing that I will never slack on, though, because I know that the legions will bay for my blood if I do, is my weekly news rant. So you will be getting a full-length, full-fat news rant. A lot of pretty obscure stuff, but a few interesting bands coming up this week that we will talk about. Blindfolded and Led to the Woods, a band that I featured on this podcast when they were unsigned, have dropped a new single. It is an absolute fucking stormer. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more later on in the podcast. So sit back, enjoy. I would assume for most of you this is probably going to be a two-parter, but one that I am sure you are going to enjoy thoroughly, and it kicks off right now with my friend Sam Bean of the Antichrist Imperium and Werewolves. So the the cost of power, are you guys getting hit by that in Australia as well, the way that we've been getting it here in the UK?
Yeah, and it's fucked up because we're an energy exporter. We export coal, we export gas. Like we're one of the biggest gas exporters in the world. But we don't have any for a lot of the country, apart from Western Australia. We don't have any domestic reservation.
Mm.
So all our power companies we sold off to like overseas buyers years ago. So they're kind of been pumping the prices like ever since the Ukraine war started. In fact, they were gouging pretty hard for like the decade before then. There's about 3 or 4 companies. They all collude, so it's more a cartel. But they've all, basically, yeah, bribed the government more or less.
Oh,
So they don't, yeah, they never get like legislated against. But I think there's a little bit of action starting now. Like at I think the midpoint of last year, they started talking about energy futures were over here were showing 10 times the current costs, which were already high. And that's coming, of course, at the same time interest rates are going up and everyone's suddenly paying, thousands more like on their mortgages, which is also trickling through to rents. So we're finally seeing a little bit of action from the government to rein that in. But yeah, it's our power bills are pretty whopping here. That was a large part of why we got solar panels at this place, just to try and stop having to just throw all our savings into a great big burning bonfire.
was there a lot of regulation and a lot of kind of red tape to get through in order to get those solar panels up?
No, we encourage it over here. In fact, there's some rebates, and there's also a company that does green loans, with basically you're not paying any interest; you're just paying for the cost of the work.
Mm.
And I think what was it? There's a setup fee which is reasonably nominal. So yeah, you're basically encouraged over here to get it, which works for me. Like I'm a bit like you. I'm kind of like this. I need to be a bit more self-sufficient.
Mm.
Um, I'm kind of like an old school conservative where you don't want to rely on like the government for everything.
Yeah.
Um, but that means you're having to like plow a bit of money into things like solar panels, rainwater tanks, garden beds for veggies, shit like that. So yeah, over here it's fairly easy to get your hands on panels. Your only problem over here is finding someone who's going to put panels on your place without totally fucking it up.
Yeah. Oh, I was about to say as well, is it's not prohibitively expensive as well, especially I would assume if things seem geared up with the rebates and the green loans and stuff like that to help you get set up.
Yeah, it used to be really cheap. The prices, like everything, sort of going up at the moment. So we we kind of went absolutely bunter and like chose a local manufacturer for our solar panels, which is pretty rare. And so we paid a premium price, but quite often people here are paying 7 to 8 thousand dollars Australian to kit out their roof.
Mm.
And depending which state they're in, they can get like a couple of grand off that. And the way electricity bills are here, you're usually seeing a break even in about 3 to 4 years. So
Okay, that's not too bad. I mean, over here, and I speak under correction, I think the break even is something insane, like 25 years. Obviously, there's not
yeah,
a huge amount of sun, but on top of that,
mm,
almost like everything in the UK, they find a way to make it so overly bureaucratic and so cost prohibitive, it's not worth doing. So,
yeah.
so that's
Oh
kind of
God,
that's
I
kind of the
remember it.
situation we're in. Yeah. So, oh, dude, it's a million times worse now. A million times. I used to be probably amongst my peer group one of the few reasonably optimistic people about the UK.
Mm,
Um, and I mean, even I'm at a point now where it's like I don't really think I can't see what the next move is for this country. No matter who's in charge, no matter what happens, I feel like they've put themselves into such a shit position now that it's kind of
yeah,
moribund. That's the best way to describe it.
it's
You
it's
know,
the
and
thing about this. Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, I can reel off the statistics here, but I mean, just the fact that after post Brexit, not being in a position to, or not kind of taking advantage when they had that sliver of opportunity with the US to sign a trade deal with them, and really being in in kind of no man's land, they then decide we're going to make it even less attractive for companies to invest here. We're going to jack up corporate taxes to 25%. It's just like I don't know. I don't quite know how to diagnose it. It's like the UK just lost interest in itself. It's
Yeah, well, I
it's
think it's something that has been there for a while, like for a
yes, I
long
agree.
while. I'm talking decades, but you're only seeing sort of like, I guess the fruit, the shitty, rotten, fucked up fruit of like decades of terrible decision making and an unengaged, like, uninterested, uneducated uh, electorate. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
Just I'll just start this interview by ripping on your entire country. But here's the thing: like we are the same here. Like, and Australia is, we're at the end point of a good 2 decades at the moment of terrible decision making, of a spoiled and indulged electorate who want everything for nothing. A hollowed out economy because maintaining sort of like entrepreneurship, manufacturing, it was just too hard at the end of the day compared to digging up rocks.
yeah.
However, at any given moment, I think we're a good couple of years of good decision making from turning things around.
Yeah.
Whereas the UK, I'm like, right now, I think over there, you guys are just going to have to hang out and wait for the US just to name their terms, which is not a
That's I
happy
was
place
about to
to be.
say that is pretty much the situation we're in. But I mean, a couple of statistics. There is a waiting list right now, I believe, in excess of 6 million people to get seen or to get procedures done through the NHS.
Fuck.
Um, the government is now actively trying to increase the state pension age to 69 and most likely well into people's 70s because, shockingly enough, the public pension is more or less bankrupt because we have an inverse population pyramid. The good news is
Mm.
64% of the country is counting on being able to retire off their state pension, which is a princely £10,000 a year. So you can only imagine what a fuck up that's going to be when that comes home to roost. They're now talking about potentially just removing state pension altogether for anybody who's deemed to be a high earner. Naturally, anyone earning more than 40, 50 grand, which is not really a high earner in this country, you would
Yeah,
almost certainly be seeing your state pension removed. Cost of
that's
living.
the average salary, I think.
Well, yeah, so average salary across the country is something like 30,000. But I mean, honestly, if you live anywhere in a 50-mile circumference of London, if you're not earning at least 60 to 70,000, you can't live comfortably. The good news is, though, the more you earn, the more exponentially brutal the tax regime becomes. Top end tax rate is now 50%. You get a lot back for your money, though, because it turns out our police are so inept that only 8% of arrested criminals actually move through to conviction, and that's down from 15%.
Fuck.
So, dude, it's fucking it's absolutely nuts. And you talk like this, and then you and I, but you spent a period of time here, and I do remember back when I first came. You would hear people moan about the country, and then my English friends would say, "Well, they should fuck off back to wherever they came from." I've been here for 20 years now. Unfortunately, I've got roots here that I can't really. It's kind of non-negotiable, right? My daughter doesn't live with me, so if I were to pack up and move, that would compromise my ability to see her, and that's not something I'm willing to do. We've got the animals here. Paige has got her family here, so I'm kind of stuck here. But the thing about it is, I assess the situation. I go, if I'm this pissed off about this, and I've only lived here for 21, 22 years, why aren't you angrier about it? This is your country. You grew up here. This place is such a fucking mess. I mean, I think it's a precursor for what potentially could happen across all of the West. But I don't know whether you've read Ray Dalio's book about, I think it's called Strategies for Dealing with the Changing World Order. The end of the empire. This is the end of the empire. Almost every single thing that he talks about in that book has happened here. We're right at the very end of it now, and the only thing that's kind of ahead is suffering.
Let me see. I do know, like, population collapse is happening across all the West. In fact, like, there's very few countries where it's not grim. The funny thing I was going to say before, the funny thing you were saying about, the Brits trying to retire on their pension of £10,000 a year. Go back 10 years, there was a plan, and that was, if that's what you're retiring on, just pop over to Europe and find the cheap country where 10 grand gets you quite a long way. But you can't do that anymore, can you?
No.
Fuck, just talk about, like, just machine gunning both feet. Fuck.
I was about to say that is pretty much exactly what's happening. When we were in South Africa, now I was driving through the town where we were at. Now, obviously, South Africa, you must remember, has also a lot of poverty, and there's place there that'll make some of the the favelas of South America look pretty luxurious by comparison. But the town that we were going through, I was pointing things out to Paige, and I was saying to her, "Look how little graffiti there is here. There's no graffiti on the walls. There's no weeds growing over the pavement. Go through London now, the whole place looks like a fucking slum." So you get taxed and taxed and taxed, and just nothing gets better. The way government is applied here is more or less, I would say, it's gone back to a kind of a feudalism, where this whole idea of government being by the people for the people is non-existent, not at all. I mean, they live to enrich themselves and to squander your money however they see fit. And anytime that things fuck up, they hold their hand out, and you have to pay up more. The thing that I then find incredibly frustrating when you talk to a lot of people, about this, they will say, you talk about the, energy, for example, and they'll acknowledge that the government is completely incompetent. Then they'll say, well, yeah, then the answer to it is we need to nationalize the energy companies. It's like, dude, have you not just heard yourself say the government is terrible? Now you want to give them more authority over you and more power? That's fucking nuts.
Yeah. I must admit, over here, I think we could do with maybe one nationalized or state-owned electricity company, just to break the cartel, just to set energy prices. You can still make a massive profit, but like at 1/4 of what they're currently charging. Like, and I mean a profit greater than most other energy providers, like across the rest of the world. That's how hard we're getting gouged at the moment. You can maybe achieve those drops with massive legislation, or you could just, like, these companies which were state-owned before, you could just, like, grab one of them as an example, set those prices and let the others fall into line, or alternatively, sell to anyone else in the world who feels like a great, big, easy profit, but, doesn't want to chuck their fucking toys out the pram. Anyway, I was going to say, like, I think we've touched on so many topics, like, in quick succession here. It's kind of like,
here's one thing I was going to point out. The last time we spoke, I think it was either shortly before or shortly after Russia invaded the Ukraine. And then the first time we spoke, something catastrophic happened as well. And so I had to very wryly smile when I saw Putin's speech this week, withdrawing from like the nuclear disarmament treaty, basically. I thought to myself, like, is Sam about to announce Werewolves album number 4? It's like there's ominous signs in the horizon. Something's in the works.
Well, album number 4 is finished. We've just sent all the artwork and everything, and off to the label, which has had the masters now for a few months. So yeah, look, obviously we're still fucking things up, but there's no announcements like for that until May. So,
all right. So if you have shares, everybody, make sure to start getting ready to sell come May.
The world should all be a flaming fucking wrecking ball by then. But no, I don't have many other announcements. So I'm about to get to work on album number 5. God help me. There's this brief little break, like because Dave is off like on his European tour with Psychroptic, and I think Matt's popping over to England for a while, so that gives me like a month and a half to learn the bass, come up with some vocals, and get practicing. But yeah, no, I think the world, the end of the world's running on its own momentum at the moment. We don't have anything to do with it.
You don't need to add some of that werewolves accelerant to it. But let's properly kick off the conversation. Just we'll get no doubt we'll find a way to segue back into politics again later on. But first and foremost, congratulations, mate, on a very well deserved album of the year on Into the Necrosphere. With
Thank you very much. Yes.
I had of course had that record for quite a long time before before it was released, but I mean, genuinely part of the reason I did my best to throw as much of my weight behind getting people to be aware of it as I could is because it's genuinely that good. I mean, I've always thought that Antichrist Imperium was fantastic, but to me, this was like, this wasn't even a step up. I mean, I love Volume 2, but this was on a fucking different level, completely different level. And I truly meant what I said. As far as the four men involved in this band is concerned, career best performances from all four of you, without exception. And that's saying an awful lot because you all have very deep discographies.
Cheers, man. Thank you very much also for the support. Like for every two people that say, hey, we listened to your album, we loved it, I'm always like, how'd you find out about it? And it's always your podcast, and like you've been proselytizing, so thank you very, very much for that. A lot of our success is owed to you. So
are you surprised by how positive the response has been to the record? Because I mean, again, I get the direct feedback from folks that listen to the podcast. I did a live stream when I was doing part of my countdown. A lot of people were posting in the comments, how much they love that record. It definitely felt like, if I compared it to Volume 2, like Volume 3, maybe because of some of the momentum from Werewolves, the fact that Akakaka is a little bit more active again, but there definitely felt like there was real momentum behind this that maybe Volume 2 hadn't had.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt about it. Like, we're all sort of well lubed up from all our time in the studio with Werewolves. So getting in there, like, normally we know what we're doing, but this time it was like extra, I guess, focused. But on top of that, I think it really maybe benefited from a really long gestation period. Like, there was not only a few years of writing in there, but there was also, it was recorded very strange. Like, normally bands, like, the drums go down first and then guitars, bass, and then right at the end vocals and then samples and stuff. This time around it was like, I think it started with Matt's guitars, and then it was my vocals, and then I think bass, and then a long, like over a year, like stretch before drums went down. And then there was another long stretch, like after those were received, till like they kind of like got slotted in. When that happened, then there was other stuff like that we had to go back and redo because the arrangement got changed a bit. And then finally Sam Loyns' vocals. So like we were given plenty of time to second guess ourselves, or to think about changing things, or moving stuff around, or going, oh, does this work? Does this not work? I think, when you write something like Werewolves and you write so quick, you come up with something that's very instant to like listen to. With Antichrist Imperium, writing over such a long period of time means that it's got a bit of staying power, because we were listening to it like over a long period of time. So it's pretty immediate because of the performances on there and some of the riffs, but it also, because we got so much time to really like put the magnifying glass over the arrangements and what goes where, and maybe we should redo this bit. I think it turned out into something that's got a bit of staying power. It's definitely, this is weird. I normally don't like listening back to albums that we record. It just reminds me of like a whole bunch of hard work. But I really like going back and listening to that third Antichrist Imperium album. I do that about once a week. It's usually when I go into work. I just like stick cans on and soak it up.
Well, I was about to say, what is it about this album in particular that you like listening to? Like, why is that the exception there that you kind of that you would go back to this one as opposed to any of the other stuff that you've done?
It's really hard to say. The first album sounded to me kind of like guys getting together and doing an album, and it turned out good. The second album sounds like a band, but it's very esoteric, almost, and it's it's not individual. For me, it's not so much individual songs. It's kind of like a big flow, just taking you on a bit of a journey. Album number 3 is all of that, but it's also each song just stands out, almost old school. Like I come from the days where, and doesn't happen too much, I think, in metal these days, where each song kind of stands alone. Quite often, I think bands these days release albums where like every song is just on an album is a variation of whatever style that they're doing at the time, and it's just you get 8 variations and then it's over. Whereas with the latest Antichrist Imperium album, like any one song each one's just so individual and different and strong that you can land anywhere on that album, and at any point, some part of you is getting entertained.
Yeah.
So that's the best way to put it. I got to warn you, like I haven't drunk coffee in just over 2 months, and I'm having my first one today. So you're gonna hear some shit coming out my mouth.
Dude, how did you survive not being on coffee? My coffee addiction is actually so bad. If I haven't had my morning coffee, like the way my routine every single morning, I wake up at 20 past 5, get up, I make myself a coffee. I've got a bean to cup machine, so it's like a 2-shot espresso. So and I go lie back in bed, I read the news, I look at whatever horribles happened over the course of the evening. Yeah. Get fired up and ready to go, but I have my coffee, and then I'll get dressed at about 6 and go to the gym. But if I have not had my coffee, I run out of beans or whatever the case may be, by about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, I have got the most brutally fucking banging headache that you can imagine. I mean, it makes like a hangover headache feel like absolutely nothing. So I've resigned myself to the fact that it is not ever going to be possible for me to be off coffee ever.
That's half the reason why I stopped. I'm a shift worker, so my cycles are pretty wonky, and I was getting like weird headaches on and off just if I went to bed after a night shift but didn't have a coffee like in the last 3 hours before going to bed, which obviously doesn't quite work. So yeah, I was getting random headaches. I had, some pretty crook guts for a few weeks, and nothing was really stopping that. And on top of that, like I was kind of having to modulate how much coffee I was drinking because of anxiety. And yeah, I think I woke up, started December, and I was like, you know what? Fuck. When you're having to deal with random headaches, nausea, sloppy guts, and like the fear that maybe I should fuck off the coffee for a bit. And at the same time as well, like I was like, shit, I need to lose a bit of weight as well. I think I saw some photos of Werewolves playing at the Adelaide Festival, and there's a few shots where it looked like I was about to go and like eat the microphone. I was like, I'm going a bit too bass player. I look like I'm going to be like, any year now I'll be auditioning for Carpathian Forest. So I was like, right, I'm gonna cut out sugar, dairy, limit portions, a few other things. But while I'm totally miserable, I might as well cut out the coffee as well. So yeah, that's lasted all through to about this week. It's been my birthday week, so I'm back on the coffee today just for this.
Yeah. I will just reiterate, I did send you a Facebook message, but happy birthday.
Thank you.
47, you say? I believe it is. 48.
Yeah, 48. 50 on the horizon.
Yeah. Are you going to do anything exciting for the big 5-0?
Play a show, probably. I haven't got anything planned. Wouldn't mind going to Japan and skiing. Which, yeah, for my 40th, I went over to Japan and like for about I think 2 or 3 weeks, and was just skiing and hanging out there for a bit. So it's yeah, I'm realizing it's coming up to a decade since I last did that, so I might as well get after it again.
Mm.
But apart from that, probably just a few big parties.
Yeah, yeah. You had a good birthday this year, I hope.
Oh yeah, so actually, yeah, we played a festival in Australia's capital city, Canberra, the night before the birthday. Which I really recommend if you're in a band and you want to have a birthday party, but you don't want to organize anything yourself. Just book in to play a show, and that's like venue, catering, drinks, friends sorted.
Yeah.
So that was actually like really fun. Like, it's a festival. Matt and Dave have played that a few times, and there's a little bit of history. Like, there's a very famous Australian metal festival that used to happen in Canberra called Metal for the Brain. Um,
That was
and I think
Adam from Alchemist. He used to run that, wasn't it?
yes, yes, yeah, dude, and it was amazing. It was really, really good. Like, and that was back in the days when if an Australian band played overseas, like, all the press would be like, "Oh my god, you can't believe this metal band has come out of Australia. Oh, who knew that they had such a scene there?" And you just basically have this huge day-long festival. It was like, I think the numbers were, I could be wrong, but around 4 or 5 thousand.
Mm.
Some big rooms at a university. They just basically had run of it, but it was all Australian bands, and I think near the end they'd have one, headliner come over from overseas. They were really good. Everyone sort of my age has fond memories of that festival, and Adam did an absolutely killer job with it. I wish it was still going. So to play a festival in Canberra, we all get a little bit excited. We're all kind of like, ooh, just sort of like Metal in the Brain days. But they look after us pretty good. Like, there's a nice hotel, yeah, all the rest of it. It was good fun. It was a pretty chaotic gig. Uh, and yeah, as I say, I got off stage and I was just like, "Happy birthday to me," and it's all good.
Um, uh, Metal for the Brain. Do you know why it ever stopped? I mean, I know you mentioned that it's like people think
Yeah,
back of it with fond memories. It kind of feels like there's maybe some mileage left in that in the branding at the very least. It's a little bit like the Milwaukee Metal Fest.
yeah. I don't know why it stopped. Like, it's one of those bits of information which, I knew, but because it's been decades now and my birthday was 48, not 28, so of course I've forgotten.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but everyone's disappointed that it wound up. Yeah, if I was to guess at it, there was a little bit of, I guess, competition starting to come in. I know around that time there was some other festivals starting up. It wasn't too long until the Soundwave Festival started up in Australia. I don't know if there was any overlap. Soundwave was a big proper festival in showgrounds, like with the big Australian bands, but also big headliners, and that
Mhm.
might have sucked a bit of the energy or attendance away from Metal for the Brain. But honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably just a quick Google search away.
I had Adam on last year, and it was one that I tried to get set up for a long time because as I said to him before we got started, I was like, I've always loved Alchemist, and I always felt like they never got the send off that they deserved. And I
Mm,
was secretly hoping to plant the seed to at least get him to reach out to the guys and maybe start the band again. But
yeah.
what a lovely guy though, and just again, I mean, Alchemist, I think is. I saw them play the Garage in Islington, and I'm sure you know the venue. I remember
Mm,
being in that venue and turning to a friend of mine who was with me. I was like, "This band is way sound. They sound way too big for this venue. This band should be fucking huge. If there were any justice in the world, they would be massive."
yeah. Oh, and here's the thing: there's probably about at least half a dozen bands from that era that you could say that of that would comfortably, happily headline any venue that you put in front of them and absolutely fucking destroy it.
Mm.
and anyone unfortunate enough to open for them. And Alchemist were one of those bands. They also got good practice at like playing a big crowd and playing a big show, because usually they were one of the last ones on, if not the headliner for Metal for the Brain, which they'd always close, really well. So they were pretty seasoned. It's one of those things from that era I remember, is that not many bands went overseas, and if they did, it would be a very limited run, or one or two shows. I remember that was, that overlapped a little bit with the Berserker years, so they were kind of like just before us. And with that, as I say, that really good crop of bands, but they never really seemed to get it together to get overseas and string a month or two together, and do it regularly, like for a few years in a row. And so, yeah, that's how Berserker was able to like leapfrog all those, even though they were amazing, and we were just kind of like, let's just get together and make some noise, kind of thing. Yeah, Alchemist, Damaged, Christbait, Blood Duster. There's all these bands that should have just like been, household metal names. The Wolves. Fuck. Just, I could go on, but there's a whole bunch of baby spiders here. One sec. Yeah. Anyway, so
that's one thing I keep hearing about when it comes to Australia, and I will my friend is actually now, in 2 weeks' time, he's going over to Australia to set up house and stuff like that. And I've said to him, as soon as you're settled in properly, then we'll organize, and I'll come over, but meaning to also come and say hello to a bunch of people there. So, I'd love to see you when I'm there. I'd love to see Matt. But yeah, I hear a lot about the wildlife, mate. Snakes in the back of people's gardens and spiders all over the place.
Yeah. I think the spiders knew that the weather was coming, so they've come indoors.
Yeah.
Look, we apparently have heaps of snakes around here, and in fact, like the missus and one of the girls encountered them while out walking like last year. But I'm running in the bush like, multiple times a week. I've never seen one. Like I think they can probably hear my great big chunky unco footsteps coming from like about a kilometre away, and wriggle out of the way. So,
well, I was going to comment and say, on the photos that I saw of you guys playing live, you cut a pretty impressive figure, mate. I saw some definition around the guns. You had a reasonably formidable presence on stage.
Well, I was going to say, when's this? Like this week or last year?
When was it? Well, actually, to be perfectly honest with you, it was looking for photos to use on the thumbnail for this episode, and I was like, okay, where can I find them? Because there's not a huge number of you, so I saw quite a lot of live photos, and yeah, like I said, on the live photos, you looked really good. I mean, it certainly looked like you'd lost weight.
Thank you.
But it looked like you've been doing some training as well.
To be honest, weights I've only started 2 weeks ago, so that's just kind of like base biceps that you probably like seeing in the photos. More than anything, I won't have any definition yet. If the photos you saw from Mayhem, probably like all you saw there was just like, I think I lost in about a month and a half about 8 kilos.
Jesus.
Yeah,
that's
things happen
good
when you stop sugar.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably what you were just seeing was like my proportions brought back to normal person size instead of short size.
Instead of having lived the good life.
Yeah.
So we have to talk about Mayhem, because I mean, firstly, I was so chuffed for you guys that you got that slot, and then I mean, just what, as I've mentioned on the podcast, what a lineup! I mean, Werewolves, Ulcerate, which is fucking nuts,
Yes.
and then the old masters themselves. So I mean, first of all, how did this whole deal come together?
I think Dave got wind that the tour is happening. It happened through Soundworks, which is his company. And so I think a month or two before it, we'd all had the discussion of like, what do we want to do with Werewolves live? And with the band, we're very much take a step, see how it goes, take another step. We're not about making grand, overarching, multi-year sort of like mega plans. It's very much a step at a time, see how it goes, which is different, I think, how we've done things with our other bands. So the live question came up, and it was kind of like, well, festivals are always a strong yes because big crowds rule. We don't want to play like individual shows in small venues to like 20 people. Small crowds suck. And big supports are always good fun. Right on someone else's popularity, So yeah, we were like festivals, big supports. So look for any big supports coming up. And of course, we say to Dave, because he switched on, and you hear anything in the winds, put our name forward, let us know. So yeah, he let us know Mayhem were touring. He's like, would you guys be interested? And it was an immediate, strong, hard fuck yes from like Matt and myself. And he put it forward, and Soundworks did a quick like cast around to see if there's anyone else for the lineup, and eventually they went, okay, you've got the support. See how you go. And we were kind of like, awesome, this will be a nice little test. Whether we can tour. Tour is a funny thing to say with Australian runs of shows, because like it's all of 4 shows. It's not really a tour. It's like we're kind of used to like before, 30 days of 30 shows kind of thing. So, but we're like, this will be good enough to see whether or not we can get it together, play 4 days in a row and enjoy it, which is a very vital component with everything we do with this band. So we booked it in, and we were very fortunate in that we got to do warm-up shows, I guess. We had the Psychroptic and the Bremelin supports, and definitely like the last Psychroptic show that we played in Melbourne, which was at Max Watts. That was, it's a good size venue, and there was a lot of people there. So that was a good build-up, and also the Adelaide Festival as well. Like again, a decent sized stage, a big sized crowd. So I think if we had done the Mayhem tour like before those, the other guys, they'd be fine. I might be a little bit gun shy, but by the time the Mayhem tour came around, we were properly seasoned. So let me see. Let me break it up. Let me break up the tour into 2 parts. Like there's the shows, and then I'll talk about the people in the bands.
But the cottage.
Well, the shows, Ulcerate were really good. They were like touring Staring to Death and Be Still. And it was I could see that it was a very weird experience for everyone, having them come on after us. We throw out a lot of energy, and there's a very raw fuck you, almost hardcore punk sort of like style feeling coming off the stage, but with like the benefit of blast beats. So I think my guiding star these days when it comes to live shows is Napalm Death. The only way you could do a show better would be to get the engine of a 747, whack it on stage, point it at the crowd, fucking switch it on. Like, that sort of just blow the hair back sort of experience. So that's what we're going for. Ulcerate come on, they're the opposite. They almost like they start playing and it's like a black hole forms behind them, starts spinning, a few dementors come out and just suck your soul out, and maybe a few tentacles, and just like and all your energy that you've just been like plastered with gets sucked back in. And I could see people just just like from going from to us just going during Ulcerate's show, which is really good. It's so different. And it was great for me to watch as well. Like they've been on my list of bands that I want to see play live like for over a decade now. And every time they've played Australia, I've either been out of the country or I've been stuck booked into something that I simply can't like cancel. So for me, it was quite the treat to see them play like 4 nights in a row, not only play, but get to hang out as well. I think
It's
the
such a
biggest, yeah,
pardon the interruption, but it's such a challenge pulling off that style of music live because I mean I think Stand to Death and Be Still is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. I think it's incredible. Just hang on for 2 seconds. The dog wants to be let out.
go for it.
There you go. She's kind of become a bit of a fixture on the podcast because every so often, if you look in the background, if you watch it on YouTube, she kind of pops up. But yeah, what I was saying is it's a it's Staring to Death and Be Still is incredible. All their records, I think, are fantastic. But
Mm,
it's a style that the crowd can lose a crowd really really quickly, especially if they don't know the band.
mm,
So if you're able to pull it off and keep the audience engaged, I mean that really is that's a telltale sign of somebody who really knows what they're doing. And again, I would also say not just because I like Werewolves, but it would be fucking hard to go on after a band like you guys. I mean, that would be like playing, like them playing After Deicide or so something like
yeah,
that. It's like the crowd is they've been primed for a certain kind of engagement, and now you're giving them something totally different.
yeah. Probably the best way to put it would be, it would be like having, oh shit, I don't know, Black Eyed Peas followed by Miles Davis, like doing a 1 hour Bitches Brew sort of like improv. It's kind of like, look, Miles Davis is better.
Yeah,
That's the better act out of the two. But one of them's going to be easier listening than the other. Like one of
yeah,
them's going to be an easier thing to connect to and watch. Whereas like, Ulcerator, it's yeah. I think I said at the end of the tour, I was like, guys, 4 shows in, and I'm only just starting to comprehend or decipher your set. I really need a 30-day tour to be able to soak it all in. But here's where I've got to talk about the people a little bit. Like you know, one of the things about Ulcerate, which is why their show is, if you think their show is hard for a band to do, oh my god. I was talking to Jamie, like, the drummer, and I think I said to him one night, how do you remember like such complex drum parts? Like, is it just heaps of just getting into the head? And he goes, oh no, I improvise each night. And I was like, and he's like, no, he's like, don't get me wrong. I know that I have to do this at step A, and then I know at point B, I have to be doing this, and point C, I'll be doing that. But it's up to me to work out how I get from point A to B, and then work out however I want to get from point B to
holy
C.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So
that is insane.
yeah, so he's flawlessly improving quite a bit of his set every night. I heard that, I was like, fuck. Oh my god. And the other guys were there as well, and I was like, do you guys ever get caught in the weeds? Like, and they're like, oh no, we just work with it, we work around it. Like, I was like, because that's the thing I've always said you can't do with a death metal band or extreme metal band, like,
Yeah,
because it's so intense and active and dynamic and usually
yeah.
fast. Like, you can't go off script, you can't improvise. And he's the band that's actually doing it, and like, wow. Another like a little bit of information I got out of him as well. Like, sorry, Ulcerate, if you're listening, I'm giving away like all your secrets and
Well,
shit here.
they've been invited, but Jamie emailed me back and said they don't do podcasts. So, this is
Yeah.
this is the way I'm gonna uncover all the secrets of Ulcerate, getting it secondhand from tour mates.
So I was asking him like how they write their stuff, because I think they were kind of like, I think Jamie said to me, Jesus Christ, you guys have like done about 4 albums in the time that we did one. And I was like, yeah, just get us to write your next album too. And like I could ever, but I think I said to him like, how do you guys write? Like, why is it taking so long? And they're like, oh, well, we rehearse about 3 times a week together, which already kind of blows me away because they rehearse more times in 1 week than Werewolves has rehearsed together as a band in our entire existence.
Yeah,
And they're like, someone comes up with brings in a riff, and we'll work that riff, and we'll work it, and like, you know, all the rest of it. And then the next rehearsal, we'll sort of like expand on it and move it somewhere. But when we do that, like, then it changes, like, you know, the rest of the song. So we'll go back and we'll change the song. And then we'll add a little bit on. But then those changes have changed like the rest of the song. So then we have to change the song as we're expanding it. So the image I sort of got in my mind, you know, one of those ball pendulum sort of things. They sort of like bring in the riff, and it just dip, 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 and over a course of years of just kind of adding, seeing how the song changes, changing it, adding a bit more. That's changed things. So going back and changing everything again. They do that until, I guess, that ball stops and they reach an equilibrium. But it's the most democratic form of songwriting I've ever heard of, like with any band, let alone, again, an extreme metal one, where it's usually done by a tyrant, or like, if not a tyrant, but a strong personality. Like
Commandant Matt Wilcox says, "There's the song, play it exactly like that."
Yeah, pretty much. You know, and that's a good way of making things work quick. But also, I don't know another band who could do it their style, because, you know, there's that, you know, person like me who's like, well, I think the bit that I came up with is really good, and I don't want it changed or removed or anything like that. They seem to be, you know, speaking on their behalf again, apologies, but like, they seem to be absolute egoless slaves to the song. And the song, what the song says goes, and where it ends up is where the song ends up, and that's where they, as slaves to the muse, will play it. So yeah, I found that just incredible, and absolutely unique in the world of like extreme music. I don't know of anyone else doing it that way or anything like it. You know, someone might be able to point to a band, but that will be some spazcore thing, probably with a saxophone and, like, you know, someone wailing over the backwards in a cave.
Yeah. There's
nothing.
I can't think of a band that delivers their degree of intensity, their degree of atmosphere, and yet, as you say, there's such a vastly complex mechanic that's kind of behind delivering these songs, because it really is incredible. And I mean, Jamie's other band that he's in is fucking awesome as well. I now probably have 10 times more respect for him after you've just said that, because I mean, his drumming is technically fucking nuts anyway, but to be improvising that over the course of a show with how technical their stuff is, I'm kind of struggling to process it. It's nuts. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I already thought that, you know, from their show, that they're impressive. And then when I heard that, I was like, whoa, they're the musician real deal. Like, yeah, big time. Anyway, I'll get back to them, I'm sure, at some point.
We'll circle back to Ulcerate.
Yeah, so about Mayhem, yeah, they're all right. Anyway, Ulcerate. Just kidding. I was really surprised. I'll say straight up, not a Mayhem fan. Like, you know, wasn't really into. Yeah, whatever. I'm a poser. Everyone knows it. Never really like got into any of their recordings. Like, you know, every now and then I'll give them a try, because I know their reputation and everyone like swears and signs by them and stuff. But, yeah, never really thought that much. Their show was fucking great.
Yeah.
I was surprised, because I watched it the first night and I was like, right, I'll just watch the first show and then I can just pick that off the list and say it's done. It was great. And I was entertained for an hour and a half, which I can't even say about some bands that I go and see where I do like the recordings. Like, you know, quite often in extreme metal, yeah, I'm sort of bored by halfway through. These guys were really good, and they put on a fucking great show. There was like a good old school show with costume changes and interludes and, you know, different backdrops going up and down, and like lots of theatrics and shit. And on top of that, like, they were doing sort of like different moods or different eras with the songs as well. And especially, I think the last 20, 30 minutes, they went super old school, and it was like the Chainsaw Guts Fuck or whatever
Yeah, they do
album.
Death
Was on, like,
Crush, they do Chainsaw Guts Fuck, they do like it's like 4 like really old school songs that they do at the end of the set.
and oh my god, they lean right into it. It was so good. Like, just seeing Attila like going, "That's crash," like, just screaming his demented
Yeah.
Hungarian head off. Like, so good. Like, I really enjoyed it. And then I think after that, I caught them every night except the second night in Brisbane, and that's because we had to get up at 4 o'clock the next day for a flight. But I was catching them, watching them every night. It was a really good show. I was surprised by how entertained I was. And there was a few people who were turning up to shows and they're like, nah, just here to see you guys, and I'll straight, then I'm off. And I was like, dude, do yourself a favor and catch Mayhem. I was kind of thinking to myself again before tour, I'm like, they're just getting to headline these big venues and big shows because just, that's what happens when you exist for 40 years, whatever. But no, after that tour, I'll say no, they are a headlining band and deserve the status 100%.
So an interesting litmus test that I have now. Paige is the least metal person that I know. She's, I mean, does not listen to metal whatsoever. But she will still come with me sometimes to shows, and I don't know how she manages to endure, an hour and a half when I'm there. But she was with me at Incineration Fest in 2019, and she she was there to see Septic Flesh. We saw Carpathian Forest. I can't remember who else was on the bill. Our Voices were on the bill. They were very good. But
cool.
the band that she was most transfixed by for the entirety, I wouldn't have known a single song, and certainly it's not her vibe. But Mayhem, she was like glued to the stage. So if somebody who doesn't even know the band can watch them and be like, Jesus, I can see why people get into this to the degree that they do, that tells you something about the quality of the show being delivered. Did they open the show with that Wolf's Lair Abyss intro? That weird sort of it's like this really kind of bassy drone, and then you hear this like old Civil War trumpet like playing over it. It's they did it when I saw them live, and I thought it was such a cool way to start the show because it sets such a like ominous vibe in the whole venue.
You know what? I can't remember. I think probably because half the time when their show was starting, I was backstage quickly grabbing drinks or whatever, and then getting out to wherever I was going to watch. And no, I can't remember what the intro was. And definitely, if you said what album it was from, I'd be like, huh? I think the only thing I sort of like recognized intro wise, like at some point they threw in the intro from Grand Declaration of War, the one with really like the really shitty drums. Those ones. But I can't say where their intro was from. I can't remember it. All I know is the curtains drew back and like mayhem ensued.
Did you get to spend much time with them?
A little, but not much. Like Ulcerate, we got to hang out with heaps. Lovely down to earth guys and Kiwis, so there's no real big cultural difference.
No.
And we were hanging out with them each night. They were really cool. Mayhem generally were hilariously antisocial.
Oh, really?
But I've got to break it down. Like each individual is different from the others. Hellhammer, lovely guy, black metal action figure. Like he's jacked like Rambo. Doesn't seem like he's aged at all. But probably got the most conversation out of him. He was really nice and down to earth. Won't hear a thing said against Hellhammer. Lovely. Attila, nice guy, but he's insane. He's different. He's the real deal. Like, so, he's not going to sit down and go, oh yeah, this is all just like a bit of a poser act. I go out to like Bunnings on the weekend so I can like buy some more plants for the garden kind of thing. Nah, dude. I remember like the second day we were at Brizzy Airport or Sydney Airport or somewhere, and we're just kind of like, got our luggage waiting for like a thing. And he's just strolled up, walking past us wearing this battle jacket, like some military cap, and smoking a great big like pipe, just like my old, Czechoslovakian grandpa used to, kind of thing. I remember just looking at Matt, looking at him, just going. But he was nice. Like, he was nice enough. We usually share a bit of dressing room space because he has to do these costume and makeup changes between shows or whatever. So we'd set him up for a corner there, and like we'd all be like hanging out and drinking, and he'd come in and get himself ready and all the rest of it, and give him a bit of space, and we'd go Attila, and he'd be like, blah, out he'd go. So they were nice. Necro. I tried to crack that Norwegian nut. Like, I think the guy warms up before each show with a bottle of red wine and a spliff. And I walked into backstage after a Brisbane show, and he was a little bit talkative, and we were having a little bit of a chat, and I saw him drinking the red wine. I was like, "Oh, you like your red wine?" He goes, "Yeah, yeah." I was like, "Look, I live in Adelaide, where the last show is. How about, and we're the wine capital sort of like of Australia. So how about I bring, some red from my collection, and we share a glass or two of that." And he's like, "Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, cool." So fast forward to Adelaide. I'm back at the house, like pre-show, and I'm trying to select a bottle of red, and Matt's standing behind me, snickering away, going, "Dude, this ain't going to turn out like you hope it turns out." Like. And I was like, all right. So I chose a sort of middle of the range bottle, something that's a good quaff, but I wasn't going to shed any tears.
Not flagship stuff.
No, like not a bottle of Grange or anything like super pricey. Something good, but not that I'm going to miss it when it's gone, sort of thing. So anyway, I sort of took it to the venue, and I caught up with Necro outside it, and I was like, "Check this out, dude." I bring out the bottle, and I was like, "All right, it's for us." And he goes, "Oh," and he's looking at it, he's going, 14.5%. That is, that's the correct one. I think he cares more about the alcohol content.
I was just about to say how buzzed he's going to get from it.
So he takes the top off, has a sniff, sip. Oh, it's good. And I was like, "Alrighty. Oh, shall I find 2 glasses, or shall we just like share swigs?" And he goes, "Oh no, I'm having this." Grabbed it and fucked off backstage with my bottle of wine. Closes the door. And I remember like one of the 2 organizers was there, and I was like, "Did he just fucking gank me my bottle of red?" And he's like, "I think he did." And I was like, "What a cunt."
Well, I'm about to say, probably wise in your selection of wines. Then if I took somebody, I don't know how big your collection is, but when I go to South Africa, I make a point of going to some of my favorite vineyards, and then I'll try the flagships that they've got, and I always bring back as many as I can get across the border with me. So I've got some really fucking top-notch stuff in the waiting for me to drink right now. But if I brought one of them to somebody and I got treated like that, I would be fucking steaming.
Oh, look, I broke into their dressing room and nicked it back like afterwards. So and some of their other booze too. So it didn't really matter. But it was kind of like, okay, so that's how it is. But so that leaves 2 guys, and that's the guitarists, and they didn't say a single fucking word to anyone for the tour. I think the Norwegian one, what's his face? I forget. Yes. I think he grunted at Matt once, and that was the limit of communication we got out of him, which was strange. I've been watching some of his tour diaries for Mayhem, and he looks like a kind of, chill guy, sort of like, getting about and talks and stuff. Didn't fucking talk to anyone, like, except.
Well, I'm surprised by Charles, by Gould, the other guitarist, because I had him on the podcast way back on like episode 45. He's a very nice guy. I've exchanged messages with him on and off since. Not like we're not friends or anything like that, but I mean, he was really nice to have on the podcast. He's a pretty intense cat, so I can see how maybe he wouldn't be the most talkative if you're not kind of in a position where he's forced to speak. But I enjoyed having him on. He was a really great guest. It was one of those where I was about to say, it's one of those where you have that fear of like, I like this guy's band so much, I don't want him to be an asshole. So it's like,
Yeah.
because that would ruin the whole experience for me.
Yeah. Oh, look, we've got a mutual friend like in England, and I'd said to the friend, so what's he like? And they're like, oh, I haven't seen him for a few years, but yeah, he's pretty cool, nice, down to earth. And I was like, all right, cool. Again, just seem to almost avoid people. I think he did say one thing, sort of not quite to me, but around my general space. After Ulcerate's last show, I was helping unload their drum kit, like, to outside, and was just about to walk out the door, just as he's about to walk in, and he's like motioned me through, and I've gone through, and he's just kind of muttered, "I always seem to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, don't I?" And I was like, "Hey, Charles." Then he's just walked in, and I was like, I think I heard him say hi to Dave. That's about it. Another like, but just they're kind of like, bands normally on tours look for excuses to say hi, how are you, and talk to other bands. I know there's some bands where they're on the road so much that they're just fucking past that. I get it, and that might be where they're at the moment. I don't know, but yeah, another example. I think we were in our dressing room that night, and it's like there was a piano out in kind of like the general green room area outside of the dressing rooms, and I heard someone start playing the opening keyboard chords to Van Halen's Jump, and I knew it was the Mayhem guys out there. Ulcerate, I think, were up on stage at that, or getting ready to sound check at that point. So I think I jumped out of the dressing room and went jump, like just at the right part.
Yeah.
And they all got up together at the same time, turned around without a word, and walked into their dressing room, closed the door.
They're like,
So
how
it was
dare you,
like,
sir?
yeah, look, maybe they were heading there in the first place, but just there was no japes like with
Yeah.
that. Like there's, there wasn't interaction, wasn't much fun. I know they all say hi to Dave, but he is one of the tour organizers in the first place, and probably emailing him backwards and forwards beforehand. So it didn't really matter. Like, I had no expectations when it came to them, and I was just plenty stoked to catch up with Ulcerate and meet them. I wasn't disappointed.
So, I mean, they're also one of those bands where they're like Slayer level iconic. It's certainly in black metal, right? So it would be,
Mm.
I can imagine it's one, intimidating going in front of their audience. Secondly, I could see their audience giving any band that they don't immediately like a very hard time. How did you guys go over with that crowd?
Not a problem. I don't think it was I think it might be a different story if we were playing Europe or South America, like opening for Mayhem. But Australia, it was there was a large black metal contingent there, and definitely some interesting characters. But by and large, it was a mostly metal crowd. It wasn't a particularly eclectic black metal elitist, battle jacket wearing, zip it up to your nose kind of crowd. So we didn't really have a problem. But to be honest, with Werewolves, I can't imagine the crowd we're going to have a problem being in front of. There's a bit of something for everyone, really. So yeah, went over okay.
Are you much? One of the things I had secretly hoped to be able to see are clips of you guys playing live, where I see some audience interaction. Because I was very curious to know what you would be like as a frontman. I've yet to see it. So, question is, and this is more just to satisfy my own curiosity, but are you much for on-stage communication? Do you talk to the audience, or you tend to be quiet in between songs?
When we started, I was probably a little quieter. Look, I've got the benefit of like there's me and Matt like up on stage, so there's two fuckheads behind microphones who can play off each other or say anything. I wasn't much for saying anything for probably most of last year. A large part of that was just I was getting exhausted playing songs. It's like doing a 400-meter sprint.
I'm about to say it's very physically demanding music.
Yeah, it's like, well, there's about, in a half-hour set, there's 6 or 7 songs. So it's like doing 6 by 400 meters or 7 by 400 meters, getting across the finishing line, grabbing the microphone, and then trying to like entertain a crowd. It's hard. And quite often I'd finish a song and I'd just be like, 1 minute, you know, a bit like that. And that was another reason why.
Sip a beer while I catch my breath.
Yeah, which isn't the best between song banter.
Yeah.
But we were also kind of like going, you know, at the start we were like, do we just fuck off the banter and just like keep quiet and feed back a bit and be all, you know, like that. And that we worked out pretty quickly that wasn't working. Like, you know, people didn't mind it, but it wasn't. You can, I think with Dave and Matt in particular, they've got really good antenna when it comes to live that can pick up how people are feeling and reacting. So I think they could feel that, like, you know, just staying quiet between songs wasn't sort of like having a good effect. It was just generating restlessness or something. But they were, you know, before Mayhem, by the time we got to that, they were like, right, we've got to be saying shit between songs. And that was assisted by me also losing weight as well. One of my big problems playing live, the hands were dying like by halfway through, as well as me puffing like, you know, Billy Bunter with a fishing rod attached to his back on a fucking pie on the end. Like, you know, I was really struggling. So once I lost a bit of weight, like suddenly I had a bit more puff and I could actually say shit between songs. So yeah, I remember actually being on stage before the first Mayhem show, just like we're getting ready to start and the crowd's all there, and Matt's wandered over and he goes, yeah, just try and say a few things between songs. And I was like, okay. So it's not Devin Townsend level banter. We've got a few little pro forma sort of things that we do, and it's all working out pretty well. Brisbane was like a bit of a test because we got like some good loud heckling there.
Oh, really?
It was actually coming from our fans of all fucking people. But you know, like the first night at Sydney, it went really well, and we said some funny things between songs. Like I think someone yelled out, "Play something fucking fast," and I was like, "I want it, I need it." I think someone like chucked a big shirt or dress or something up on stage, and it was for like, you know, biggest pair of panties I ever fucking saw, back, and you know, just there's a little bit of play off like people, and it worked okay. And so after that we walked off stage and we were like, hey, we've got this down. Fucking second night in Brisbane, I'm trying to say shit and there's people just like yelling shit over the top and stuff like that, and I'm just kind of like, you know, like a comedian on fucking open mic night, just getting mowed down, like, but you know, so green that they don't know what to do. So apart from a few ripostes of like, fuck you, you know, we were kind of like, we walked off a little bit more humbled that night, going, okay, so we need to have a bit more of a think about how we go about this sort of thing. So yeah, we're getting better at it now. We've got a bit more banter. It's probably about half Matt, half myself. I'm going to be fucking honest. Like, there's frontmen out there who are like really charismatic, and I ain't one of them. Like, you know, there's some characters out there where they could like lead a crowd, you know, anywhere. They could put down the instruments and march out the front of the venue and everyone would follow them and like burn down whatever they pointed at. That will never be me. But yeah, just if you yell the right thing the right way in the correct couple of spots, goes down well.
I don't think you should sell yourself short, mate. So I don't think you should sell yourself short at all. I mean, I've not seen you live, so I can't make a proper assessment. But I mean, your vocal ability is excellent. You've like excellent ability, excellent performance, inspires an audience, and that should inspire confidence in you. And then really all you need to do is just play off the high that they're on.
Yeah. Oh, look, once the music starts, it's not a problem.
Oh, also, once the steroid course that you're going to go on kicks in, then that's going to be that's gonna help a lot as well.
No, Australian crowds are fickle. They don't respond to flexing. But it's also, now I think about it, actually, they don't respond to. It's a pretty different crowd here. They don't respond to big noting yourself either. They kind of go more for like the humbleness sort of thing. So, if you come down like with the US band, you got the MC coming on, and you're like, "Hey, we're down here to fuck shit up. Are you ready? I said Springfield, are you ready?" kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
good night, Springding. There'll be no encore. You come over with that sort of shit, like there's just a fucking row of faces just sort of groaning at you. So whatever you sort of do here, like, has to be reasonably authentic.
I was just about to say. I mean, this is a theory I've held for a long time, and I've always been fascinated by it generally. But if you look at the UFC, for example, you can look at pro wrestling, you can look at the UFC, you can look at music, you can look at anything. But anything where there's that degree of engagement with the audience, people respond to authenticity, and ultimately, what's at the core of it is they respond to somebody who's authentic, but with the volume dialed up somewhat. So
You
if
have
you
to really
take,
EQ it, yeah.
like, so if you take like someone like Phil Anselmo, he can get away with saying stuff on stage that you will never be able to
not
get away
anymore.
Well, yeah. So okay, let's take James Hetfield. So James Hetfield could, when he was still drinking, he would be able to, because now he's on stage persona. This isn't the real James. This is the alien abducted James. But like you watch that Binge and Purge show that they recorded when they were really at the peak of their powers. I mean, that dude is a fucking monster amongst men on stage. But he's yelling abuse at the audience. It's so great because it's such an integral part of the show. But there's not a lot of people that can get away with saying that or being that way on stage. Or Evan Seinfeld from Biohazard as well. Same deal. I mean, he just literally yells a fucking avalanche of shit at the audience in between every single song, and they lap it up. It doesn't matter where I've seen them play. It doesn't matter, whether they can play in fucking Taiwan or Timbuktu. The crowd's going to respond in exactly the same way.
Yeah. There's two things. It's funny, kind of like Matt and I have slightly analyzed like the crowd interaction thing the same way that we have like pretty much everything else, the performing, the musical side of it as well. One of the early things we found out is you don't talk to the crowd. You have to have that wrestling announcer sort of voice, like, we're holding back from like going, "Do you guys want to hear?"
Oh yeah. That is fucking terrible. I mean, that's very 90s, and it's also terrible.
Yeah. Occasionally we'll sort of like go, "This next one's called like that." I think the key is if it amuses us, it's gonna like entertain a crowd. But yeah, we found out pretty early on the Australian accent isn't a commanding accent. So if you talk to a crowd in an Australian accent, it sounds not all that. So you got to sort of give it a bit of "this next one is called," kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then there's that buy-in for it. So that was one of the things that we found out. The second one is whatever you say has to be with a lot of confidence, like with all the confidence. You don't get up there and that's something I already knew. One of the things I've always hated about Australian bands is like they'll have these amazing like sets and shows, and then between songs, the frontman is like fucking Shy Ronnie from like The Lonely Island. They're kind of like,
yeah.
T-shirt.
Well, there's that, and then there's the worst thing that bands can do. Which honestly, like, if people do that, then I want to take a fucking AK-47 and just start
Just want to chuck a beer bottle at them. Yeah.
It's atrocious when they crack jokes with each other on stage, but it's like this sniggering, stupid, almost effeminate way of talking to each other, and it's like, we're not here to watch a fucking band rehearsal. Like, talk to the audience. It just doesn't. Yeah, I can't stand it. But I agree with you as well. The shyness doesn't work.
We do a little bit of talking with each other on stage, I must admit, but that's usually just tuning things on the fly, or if something crazy's happened, or one of us has seen something amusing. Like, it's usually just chatting with each other about that. It's not us trying to entertain.
Well, no, this is like specifically, as I said, it's I'll have to find an example and send it to you. But I've seen, not in metal so much, but in other styles of music, I've seen bands like talk to each other like they're playing some backyard party, and it's just like, man, dude,
it's got to be a sense of occasion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
people are paying money to see it.
That ties in with the voice. Yeah.
But more importantly, you guys also have one thing in your favor, and I'm curious about the set list also, because you guys have songs that have such great breakdowns, and like these big moments, like, I Hate Therefore I Am, for example, one of your finest hours as a vocalist and potentially lyricist if you wrote the lyrics. I've waited years for the burning to start. I've waited for so long, my hands itch for the spark. Genius. And you can sense the audience. Like, if you deliver that correctly, the audience is going to be built up to that point, and then absolute violence and complete and utter destruction is going to ensue.
Now I think about it, that could be a good live one. That one. Yeah, I think we're due a rejig of like the live set. Like, live set so far, I've got to be honest, it's the songs that we know we can play without too many difficulties. We're well aware that, like, there's material that goes on these albums that we recorded without any intention of ever playing live, or we weren't thinking about playing it live. We definitely weren't jamming it out in a room, and we weren't warming a small crowd in like a corner pub up somewhere, like, on the material. So, like, there is very much that question, like, with quite a lot of the songs, can we play this live? So yeah, when we came up with our first set, a lot of it was stuff where we were kind of like, this is pretty down the line. We know we can do this. Let's see how we go doing it. And I think the last show that we played in Canberra was like the last run of that particular set list, which is probably for the best because it's only the first two albums, and we've got number 4 coming out later this year.
Yeah,
nearly gave away the date just then. So
you've got a date already confirmed.
Yes. It's not going to be a massive surprise to anyone. Trust me, we're pretty clockwork with this shit.
Well, like I said, it won't be a massive surprise to anybody. Just keep an eye on the news, and the more devastating the headlines, the more likely there's going to be a Werewolves record.
Yeah, afraid so. Fucking hell.
But no, I would say, like, if I were your outside advisor on what I would include in the set list, because I'm a big, I am a storied thing on this podcast. I'm a fiend for breakdowns. I'm a fiend for those moments in a show where you just know it's like there's going to be fucking absolute mayhem, breaking out when you play this. But Dog Knotted, I would definitely put on. Harvest of the Skulls has to be there because it's one of the best songs you guys have written. I Hate Therefore I Am has to be there as well, because all three of those songs have got those moments, and it'll be moments that the audience will remember even if they don't know your music. Like, I take Despised Icon as an example. They got a song called I didn't know them when I first saw them, and generally speaking, you've no doubt experienced this too. You see a band that you don't know, and you kind of get lost, especially if they're really, really heavy and really fast. Despised Icon have a song called Retina, which when they played that, I was like, oh my fuck. It's like, it's got this crazy like gang vocal breakdown in the middle of the song. I mean, the audience went absolutely ballistic, but immediately I was like, I have to check out everything I can by this band because I need more moments like that. And it actually also relates back to something Steve from Deicide told me once, like years back when I interviewed him for Chronicles of Chaos. He was like, they actually write in Deicide, they write songs to be like that. Like you think about Sacrificial Suicide when they do the damn too well. I mean, you if you're in the pit, you come out there unscathed. You know, you either fucking strong or you're very very lucky.
If you're not in the pit, you want to chant along to half of it. But there's
Without a doubt.
There's something in it which will appeal to you no matter whereabouts in the crowd you're sitting and standing. So
you guys have got plenty of moments like that across your discography.
Yeah, we had Harvest of the Skulls in the set list, and I think the first live show, like we had that down to play, and I think Matt and Dave's antenna, they were kind of like, this ain't going to go well with like because it was nearer the end of the set. They're kind of like, this isn't going to go well with like how the energy's going at the moment. We can keep it rolling, but that might just like stop it dead. So they're kind of like, we alerted up, hasn't appeared in the set yet. It might be a different story. We're starting to get people saying here's a headline show offer, and we're kind of like, oh, we need to get a headline set together. So it might make a reappearance for that, if anything, just to give us a little bit of a breather. Dog Knotted, that might make an appearance because it's easier to play. I hate Therefore I Am. We'll have to get that one past Dave because I know like he'll be sort of going, oh, there's some extremely brutal drumming moments in that, like the blasts with both feet just flying 16ths over the top. So I know. Then again, that we can say the same about like the last two albums. He's like, oh, do I really have to play any of this live? So we'll see. Like we're going to be catching up in April. We've got to start getting some videos and material, like promo material, ready for album number 4. But as part of that as well, like I think we'll roll in and just work out our new set. There's probably about 3 or 4 songs that we've rehearsed individually, or I think Matt and Dave might have even done together that could be swapped in. We're just got to see how they feel.
Here's another one that that I reminded myself of now: Traitors and Bastards. That's another good one to include.
Oof. Oh yeah. We'll see how we go. Like, just thinking of the vocals for that one. Oh. I think that's going to be the same. Like any suggestions, like that you make, like there's going to be at least one of us in the band, like going, that one.
Well, you're a victim of your own technical acumen. That's the issue. But no, and look, I also, by the way, I don't want to sound like I'm being precocious. It's more just like I'm invested as a fan of the music, but when I see you guys play live, obviously, then I demand that all of those songs be played, or you'll just hear the booze coming from the back.
It's going to be a problem because to play all of our material would be a set over 2 hours. So, that's what it's coming up to now. And there is no chance in hell ever of us playing a set 2 hours. In fact, we'll be like, even as a headliner, we'll be pushing hard to like play for over an hour. It's more going to be like a Deicide. He's 45 minutes, fuck off, like kind of deal.
I've seen them do an hour and a half.
So have I. But the first time they toured Australia as a headliner, that was like how they were throwing down. It was like, he's 45 minutes. See ya.
Yeah. So they're a very interesting case study as well in that audience banter, because I've seen them when Glenn is not in a talkative mood, and I've seen them when Glenn is drunk and he's very keen to talk, and the latter is so much more fun. Like if you watch Earache put out a video years back called When London Burns. I was at that show. I was actually slightly stage right, so you don't see me on the camera, but I was there for the show. It was fucking awesome because Glenn walked past the audience standing outside the Mean Fiddler as we were queuing up, and he had a bottle of Jack in his hand. That was about half drunk. And he was looking at the audience with this grin on his face, and you just knew, Jesus, this is going to be something. This is going to be one for the books. And obviously it was, and even going back to when they do right at the end of the show, they do Christ Denied, and he's like, yeah, we haven't played this in years, we're probably going to fuck it up, and then it comes in like, and it's one of those songs where it's simple, but that groove that just hits you. You don't even need to know Deicide to hear that and go, like, there's something here that is pulling me in.
Yeah.
I want to get back just to Antichrist Imperium again, because like I as a student of this record, I was curious about some of the contributions to the album musically, specifically around some of the keyboards and the pianos and stuff. Because, for example, the opening on The Sweetest Juice. I mean, I've often spoken about how much I love when people include something that sort of has a reference to film scores, or has that influence in their music. Sam has incorporated that very, very well into voices. Sam and Peter, actually. And I heard it here as well. It was almost in a weird way. It's like a departure point from voices, because it has initially a slightly similar vibe to the Lost Voices record, and then it suddenly goes very, very dark in a genius way too. But who is responsible for those elements of this record?
Oh, the opening piano piece for Sweetest Juice was myself. The piano over Menage a Triumvirate was Sam Loins.
Can you play the piano?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a hack.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't have to be like anything special to play something well enough to record. But yeah, I started playing a couple of years ago. That opening piece, like that was one of my songs for the album. That opening piece was originally flamenco guitar. It was, I think I was kind of doing this very loose, dark kind of sonata that's had this mysterious, spooky minor feel to it. And so I was kind of like, if you listen to the demo, it's guitar, and Matt did it originally for the album, and he did it perfect. And it was Dave who said, "Hey, do you guys want to try that as piano?" And me, like, with the keyboard back there, I was like, "Fuck it, let's see immediately how it sounds." So I sat down and just played it, and I was like, "It sounds pretty good." The first time I contributed it, I'd been listening to a bit of Massive Attack, particularly the soundtrack for a movie called, it was originally called Danny the Dog, but it changed its title on release to Unleashed. Massive Attack did the soundtrack for that. And there's a few songs in there that use piano, but there's a huge amount of reverse reverb on the piano.
Yeah.
And I know Deicide used it as well, like on one of their albums.
Stench of Redemption.
Yeah, I think it might have been. Yeah,
the first one
they did for Earache.
Oh, that was Scars of the Crucifix. I could swear there was piano on the Stench of Redemption, but I might be wrong.
No, there's a great big sort of clean bit, but the piano is the last track on Scars of the Crucifix. And they have reverse reverb on that, and it's the spookiest, most magnificent sound. So I was immediately kind of like, the piano works, has some reverse reverb, and they listened to it and they were like, nah. They were like, just give us the raw piano MIDI. So I sort of made sure to play it softly and almost like with a halting confidence kind of thing. And then Sam has some excellent, tones that he could attach to the MIDI to make it sound like, it was an empty haunted church somewhere, and bang tidy piano. I don't know how he did his piece for Menage a Triumvirate. Knowing Sam, I imagine he just sort of, put on his smoking gown and filled his pipe and sat down and,
Yeah.
strummed
Well,
it out in his
it's
voice.
such a perfect way to start that record. Yeah, like I mean, I'm a big fan of piano, and I think as I get older, I'm regretting more and more the fact that I never learned how to play the piano, because I've bought my daughter a big keyboard now, and she's starting to play some stuff. So I'll find things on YouTube for her, and then we're like, okay, let's try and figure out how to do this. And so the other
Mm.
day, I was looking at this guy doing lessons of Tom York songs or Radiohead songs, and he was doing Everything in Its Right Place, which is
Oh yeah,
one of my favorite songs ever. And I was like,
I love
man,
it.
I fucking
Yeah,
wish I could do this song. It's like it looked so cool the way he was doing it. It looked like so much fun, because like, it's also amazing taking a song like that and doing it entirely in piano. Um, Kind of hearing how in a way how much more expressive it becomes.
yeah.
Piano is I think the thing that I like about it, and what I like about it when it's done right, is that it can be such an incredibly expressive instrument.
Mm. And it's fun too. And something controversial, I'll say. I reckon like it's easier to get decent at piano than it is to get at, say, something like guitar.
Mm.
Um, Guitar, there is like a quite a pain period that you have to grind through just to be able to play a single note, let alone a chord. Whereas piano, you can just step up to it and start, like that. But also with the tutorials that they've got these days, like I don't do lessons. I'm a big advocate against when you're learning a musical instrument, like getting lessons. I think it makes it as unpleasant and uninteresting as possible. You save that shit to when you can already play, and then you want to actually know what it is you're doing.
Yeah.
Um, so I quite often will just get like I'll work out songs that I want to play, like La Ritornelle by Sebastian Tellier, or To Build a Home by like the Cinematic Orchestra, and I'll just get a YouTube tutorial, and I'll ask for the dumb one as well. Like I'll make sure I get the easy version. Um, and yeah, and then I'll put the YouTube like clip on slowest setting, and it shows what keys to hit. You don't have to
Yeah.
read
Yeah.
music. You don't have to have a teacher standing there going, "No, that's not a C sharp," or like, that's not a G major, or whatever the fuck. I don't know music, but you can just get straight in, and like I've worked out my own way of tabbing piano notation, kind of almost like similar to guitar tab. And so I'll learn a song like on YouTube, and I just write it down in this kind of like shorthand on tab, and yeah, then I can play it. And it's very easy. Like there's not too many songs except for the real, brutal heavy shit, that you can't pick up in just an hour or so,
Mm.
I reckon. So, and most of the songs that you enjoy listening to, like on, that feature of piano, they don't take long to learn.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, Another thing that I can't remember whether you and I spoke about this when the recording was going, or whether we weren't recording, but Sam Loynes's clean vocals.
Mm,
From memory, and I want to kind of verify this again, because it blows my mind. If and it was equally, it could also be a sign of early onset dementia that I'm remembering it completely differently.
mm,
But I think as you explained it to me, effectively he'd heard the whole record, then recorded every single thing clean, and then
yeah,
you guys just picked what parts of his vocal lines you were going to use.
yeah, yeah. So there was a surplus of material. Like, he said he'd do it, and we backed him on it. We are just kind of like, just don't be shy, go all over the top, and then we'll pick nuggets out. And it was actually hard. Like, there was disagreements, not with Sam. He was like, use as little or as much as you want. I don't give a fuck. He's pretty chill. Um, and there was disagreements, like, going, from people would be like, don't have vocals during this section, but they sound really good, but like it'll just waste the song too much on melody. Like, it's so there was a lot of real sort of debate and negotiation, but what there wasn't was like, a lack of clean vocals. There was a lot of clean vocals. They're all really fucking good. At the end, like, it was just what served the song best. But fuck, he came up with it in a week. And it wasn't an easy week for him as well. Like, I remember he was recording at his place, but there was a big construction site like that had just sprung up. Like, I think the day before he started outside. And in true modern day fashion, of course, they're given zero notification to anyone that there's going to be
they don't give a shit.
No, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, just they had ground shaking, earth moving, like equipment and like things getting smashed. And I think Sam probably almost half wrecked his voice screaming at them to shut the fuck up. So he not only like gave us heaps of takes, but he managed to do it in between these hard hat fuckwits like making a ruckus next door. So yeah, he did a really good job to get us what he did, especially how hard and how long it took to get the rest of the album done. Like I was fully sort of like going, no, this is going to take another year, and it took a week.
As I've said before, I mean, I genuinely do think he has more talent than he realizes. I don't know whether you follow him on Instagram, but he posted years ago, and every time I've spoken to him, I've told him like at some point you have to record this. He did like a cell phone recording of him doing Seal's "Crazy" on the piano at home, and it's clearly he's just woken up one morning and done it. And it is so fucking good. And you know when you record with a mobile phone, it seems to accentuate every slight imperfection in your voice.
Yeah.
There is none to be found on that recording. He sounds pristine. He could literally, if there was some way for somebody to clean up the audio and take that entire piece and put it on record, it would people would listen to it and go, "That's an incredible cover." Like I said, I'm gobsmacked by how talented that guy is.
And not only that, he's not resting on his laurels. He's just like getting better and better and better. Like with each album, first one was all right. Second one was pretty good. Third one, like it's just like holy shit. And the Last Voices as well. Like his performances on that are just insane. So good. On top of that, when I'm talking before about charismatic frontmen as well, like it's Sam Loyns that I've got in mind, like someone who isn't so much putting on a persona, just being 100% themselves, and it's kind of interesting when they do. You want to actually just watch, whether it's to laugh or to headbang or to go fuck yeah, man. Just so yeah, we're lucky to have him.
Yeah. No, I'm very curious to see what else he does in his career, because I know he's spoken about doing some pop stuff. He spoke once about doing some like Nick Cave kind of music. I know he's a big fan of Nick Cave, and I think that he's one of those people where he could lend his hand to pretty much any style, and it's going to sound incredible.
Yeah, look, I think I'm glad he's working in metal. And I know he's probably having fun, like doing a Noel Mathrak. I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
But yeah, a bit of me is almost waiting for the day where he puts out that one thing where it's, on primetime mainstream telly, and he gets the due that he deserves. He's as English as can be. Almost seems like some throwback to like the early 1900s, like. Yeah, you could imagine being in one of the colonies and Sam Loyns turns up like in a safari suit kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy he strikes me as. So like I want him going over the top and like being a public figure. He deserves it.
Just a very random comment about the colonies. I was reading a book when I was on holiday about the development of rugby in South Africa from the colonial era through to the modern day, and they kind of it sort of weaves a thread through why the game is so important to the country, and et cetera, et cetera. One thing is very funny. They talk about how rugby was being presented to the public in the colonial times, and they paraphrase from a newspaper ad advertising a match between two different teams. The way that they presented it is, come and witness two teams engaging in manly pursuits. Which I just thought was fucking hysterical. But you're not a rugby fan, are you?
Nah, I was born in the wrong part of Australia.
Shameful, mate, because this year's Rugby World Cup, and I've yet to find someone from the metal scene who can spend the next several hours breaking down who has the best chance of winning.
A lot of Australia's in rugby, but there's kind of like a little corner of it from my generation where if you're born into there, you're into what's called AFL or Australian rules football, and it's pretty niche. And you watch it as if it's the most popular sport on the planet, despite it only really being watched by maybe 4 or 5 million people.
Yeah, but I've seen the AFL stadiums get packed out like crazy. I mean, like 80,000-90,000 people for some of those games.
Yeah, I used to work at the MCG, which is in Melbourne. It's the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's where they hold the finals for football, and on a final they'll get 110,000 people.
Jesus.
In there. It will be packed. It usually sells out. It's pretty intense, and it's very popular if you're an AFL player, in Victoria and now I guess some other parts of Australia. Then you're a rock star. That's it.
You never had? Did you play that at school? Did you do anything like sporty at school?
Yeah. I kind of had to at my school. It wasn't an option. You had to do a sport. On top of that, my father used to play AFL before it was AFL. It used to be called VFL. He was a player. It was kind of expected of me. I didn't enjoy football that much. From an early age, just hated other people. Team sports aren't my thing. I like individual sports where it's me versus someone else. If I win, I won. If I lose, it wasn't because there's another 17 fuckheads or stuffing up around the place.
Yeah.
My sports at school were tennis and football. I think football might indirectly have something to do with the whole death metal thing. When I played, it was before the days where you got a month off, or a month break after a concussion. And we had mine was an international school, so we had people from around the world, and including islanders and guys from Nauru. And so you play ordinary football, it's pretty rough. You play against a Nauruan, and they'll punch you in the head, and they're big boys. And I remember there was one in particular called Sprint Dubuito, and he did a savage king hit on me one match, punched me in the back of the head from behind, and I was asleep on the ground for a good 30 seconds or so. He went on to become Prime Minister of Nauru, anyway, and then lost the job to corruption and has recently died of cancer, to which I cracked a beer and fucking celebrated. But quite often in matches I was getting knocked out. And I remember there was probably a 6-month period where I think I got a series of concussions. And that roughly correlates with when I went from the A+ studious kid that was on track to study law at Melbourne University, go into a legal career and parlay that to politics. I think that's the bit where I suddenly lost all interest in anything academic and went for death metal. Was it because of brain damage? Possibly. But I'm not a fan of playing it. Tennis is more my thing.
Yeah, I attempted to play tennis once or twice at school. I was terrible at it. The only thing I was also, I was a skateboarder for 12 years. I was terrible at that also. The only thing that I've ever been reasonably competent at is Thai boxing. Other than that, sports, unfortunately, is not my game. I think had I played rugby, I would have done well, but I despised rugby when I lived in South Africa because I was, a rebel without a clue, and there was too many people playing it. So, like for me, like can't do this. This is trash. And so it's only like by chance when I came here. I was fucking around on Sky Sports one night, and I picked up a game, and I was like, I started getting engrossed, and then next day I was like, is there another game? Ooh, watch that as well. And then just got into it that way. But when I was at school, like for me, anything to do with really most forms of normality just was not. It's not on the cards, and it wasn't like. I wasn't obnoxious about it. I just didn't have any sort of affinity for anything like that. I just had my own thing, and the big chunk of it was around music. And when you're young, very often I think music kind of defines your identity a little bit. And sadly, in our scene, there's an awful lot of people that never grow out of that. And they are the music they listen to. I would hope I've graduated away from that, to a significant degree now. And I assume you have as well. You would have made a very good politician, by the way. I mean, you're a knowledgeable man. Obviously you would have been much richer now because we know that's the politician's game.
I would have had my snout in the trough. I would have of course, fucked up, been busted on like some technicality or something or other, and then like found myself on the board of somewhere getting paid megabucks. But no, I don't think I would have done too well because at its heart, politics is a popularity competition.
Yeah.
And I'm not winning any popularity competitions. Not now, not then. Primary school, you remember when they have a game of sort of stick ball or softball or something like that, and they've got the class out and they're choosing teams. Last one picked every single time, and that personality didn't really change through high school. It's usually if anyone ended up in a group with me, it was like, fuck, I lucked out. I'm with Sam Bean. And that only really changed round about university when finally I got to hang out with some fucking normal people. It's something I try and drill into the kids here. It's like just ride out high school, man, and just wait until university or the big wide world starts. Like, trust me. But yeah, like I've met plenty of politicians, and I've also seen how they operate, and past anyone's policies, even past the ability to count numbers and be able to see how much support you've got from which particular segment of the party to be able to parlay that into a roll of power. At its very heart, you're winning a popularity contest, and there was no way I was ever going to do that or have the ruthlessness to be able to run an internal party numbers game. That isn't my style. It wasn't my style. And I've also seen in this particular day and age what happens to conscience politicians. It's not pretty. One of my favorite politicians over here is a guy called Rex Patrick, who's, for every problem Australia has faced, like in about the last 5 years, he's had the correct solution. And it's just watching him lose or get kicked out of party after party and lose election after election. Just, again, if you're not kind of like that brown noser, I play well with the rest of the kids and suck up the right bum hole kind of like person, you find yourself as an adult in the party system, and especially trying to pass good legislation without compromise. You just get
I'm just looking now at Rex Patrick. It says here, extreme right-wing senator of the. That's right. No, I'm only kidding. But you do have a point about the both the popularity contest piece, but also the fact that the folks with the best ideas aren't necessarily getting the big seat at the table because of how that game is played. I mean, you look at I often watch Thomas Sowell videos and I go like, why on earth was this guy not the first black American president. And then you realize, well, it's because no one had ever voted for him, because he, would not make, I think, if he were affiliated with the party, as an example, he's the kind of guy who's so extraordinarily intelligent that he will cut down anybody, who is in any way wrong about something that he may be debating them on. And as I've learned from the job that I do now, one of the most critical things, you move up the ranks, very often it's not about what you said, it's about how you made somebody feel. I mean, I can openly admit that, because it's the biggest lesson I've learned professionally. I used to be that way. Like if I was right about something, I would make sure that you knew I was right about it. In that I'm not a confrontational way, but
it's not enough for you to know that I'm right. You have to know that you're wrong.
Exactly. That's. I kind of became like Ben Shapiro when I started debating people. And then, and I, fortunately, one of my clients gave me some really great feedback, and he was like, Jackie, you're highly effective at what you do, but you are a bulldozer when you get going. And it makes that people don't necessarily warm to you as much as they should, even though you are right. And that was a real eye-opening moment for me. But I mean, you also look
as
at
a leader, you've got to be sort of like 80% inspire people to move forward, and save like 20% of like shoving in that direction, to 20%. It can't be like 80% fucking dragging them by their ears and 20% inspiring. It's got to be the other way.
Well, I mean, I think you have to inspire. From a leadership perspective, again, my philosophy now is firstly, I approach leadership a little bit like a combination between the military and a sports team, right? So in a sports team, in rugby, for example, and be the same for AFL, no doubt, you have people in the position that they're best suited to playing, because that's where they're gonna excel, and if they excel, they're going to be happy. With the military piece, it's it's not about barking orders, but it's about effectively setting the expectation to say, within our team, this is your mission. You're responsible for achieving the mission. Success or failure of the mission is yours to own. We will provide you with all of the support and all of the guidance and all of the help we can to help you achieve that mission. But this is not the kind of environment where somebody's going to be, radioing you every 5 seconds to say, do you have bullets? Do you, does your torch work? Can you, does your night sight operate properly? None of that. So, you take an extreme degree of ownership over what, you're here to do. And if we all work together, we're all interconnected. So we're all going to succeed. One of us fucks up, it affects everybody else around us. So that's kind of my, without wanting to sound like a fucking work call, that's sort of my approach to leadership. But I think, just back to the political question. I mean, you look at it in an American context. Ron Paul is a guy with fantastic ideas, but sadly would never have had a hope to get anywhere near the presidency. I would argue the same with Rand Paul. Rand Paul's shown me a little bit of edge that I like, in the way that he's bulldozed Fauci in some of these hearings. But I mean, in America, it's those hearings are so performative. You see the video footage of Lindsey Graham and Kamala Harris after they've been at each other's throats, fist bumping and stuff like that. I'm like, it's becoming plain to see what you guys are all about. This is you're looking for little viral clips that you can use in your next re-election campaign. If you get re-elected, you stay at the trough for 2 or 4 years longer, and that's really what the name of the game is.
I'm almost happy to see those occasional little fist bumps. I think last time I was on, I'd sort of mentioned that the ability to strike bipartisan policy that died, like when Newt Gingrich, I probably mispronounced his name, Newt Gingrich.
Newt Gingrich, yeah.
When he placed the edict on the Republicans that they weren't to move them and their families to Washington. He didn't want any fraternization. He was like, you can't see Democrats as the enemy if like you're living there, like fist bumping and hugging and having drinks and hanging out. So I don't think that led to a particularly productive or good era. And I think one of the solutions probably at the moment to just the the loggerheads that they find themselves at. I think one thing that the States at the moment has been particularly effective at is countering China and supporting Ukraine during the war. And that's probably because it's bipartisan policy. It's something that both sides largely agree on, except for the very fringes. And it's a weird little transition for me, because normally I sort of identify more for the fringes and what they have to say. But I think the last couple of years has shown the need for a pretty quick gear change. It's no longer like, you know, where the good thinking is at, and they're obviously like not trying to make things better. They're trying to like find their own part at the trough, but like in a completely different role. So yeah, I think if you're stuck in the gear of sort of like going the extremists have the answers, you know, and the mainstream is like forever wrong, I'm kind of like, maybe less so today than before.
Yeah.
But again, like, you know, I'm sure there'll be a headline tomorrow where I'm just like, oh, well, I fucked up that take on it, didn't I?
Well, I think it's. I don't think one should be afraid ever to, and I know you're not, but I mean, I don't think one should be afraid to ever make, give a take that's not necessarily bang on, because you have to go with the courage of your convictions. And I think the biggest thing is to take a balanced, non-partisan view of things and kind of assess each issue on its own merits. I mean, I think I still believe the vast majority of ordinary people, if you were to sit them down and poll them, and again, let's talk in Democrat versus Republican terms, there's going to be Democratic positions that they agree with. There's going to be Republican positions that they agree with. I myself am like that. Maybe less so on the Democrat side nowadays, but there will be crossover between them both. And if people could just talk to each other about, or educate themselves, number one, and then talk to each other on an issues basis, rather than this is the flag I support, this is the team I support. That would be the first step towards fixing a lot of this divide that really is. I mean, it's extraordinarily detrimental to the West, and I would say in the UK it's particularly bad. In the States it's particularly bad. It's getting really bad across most of Europe as well. You see, for example, they call the ADL, like the German Defense League or whatever they are. I mean, they keep on gaining traction. In Sweden, they've just had a right-wing party elected, and again, I'm not opposed to conservative thinking, or to center. I mean, I would say, if I had to characterize myself politically, I would certainly say I'm center right. Center right with well, Jeff Norcott, a comedian, described it really well. He said, "I'm right leaning but well meaning." That's basically what I would. That's basically how I would describe myself.
Yeah, look, I would have identified as a conservative as well. My struggle, of course, is like over the last 10 years is I've seen like a lot of the conservative policies which I believed in. So like while I was growing up, and I've just seen the fucking abject failure of them across, well, my own country, but I can sort of parlay that across the world. So I'm, at the moment I'm like, well, there's been not enough significant reform since the GFC. Can's been kicked down the road. The conservative policy of like, not taxing like the large companies over here, that hasn't quite worked out. Of letting, both universities, large companies, just basically be able to lobby governments, to the limit that they do, and also as secretly as they do, hasn't worked out. Nothing has trickled down. Housing right now is in a crisis, and any time we've had a chance to go for anything progressive, policy-wise, we've knocked it back. And at this stage, we've got tent cities now happening in Australia, kind of like over in the US. They're a little bit further down that road, but we're galloping right now to catch up with them. I'm sort of like, maybe we need to try some of these more progressive policies, which I've, eschewed for my life. And that's why I'm having to re-examine, things that we touched on, like at the start of our chat today, such as the role of nationalizing like utilities or large companies, just when the corruption sets in so deep with the existing large companies that you've got. The lobbying is so strong. The interplay between like the leadership of those companies and the makeup of the major parties has got to that point. It's sort of like, shit, just have a public company in there, so at least there's some lever of control over this industry and the pricing, which we've totally lost at this point. I could fucking rampage on about those details.
Well, go for it. I mean, I love talking to you about it, and I'm not. I think I touched on this as well. In part 2 of our epic journey we've been on together. People that I speak to that have vastly differing opinions to mine are oftentimes the people I enjoy talking to most, because it challenges your thinking, but equally you see things from a different perspective. It's an interesting conversation to have. I mean, my fundamental issue with any kind of nationalization is I don't believe that I've never seen a government that I believe to be in any way capable or competent at anything. All I see in government is waste and bureaucracy. So if there was some way for us to get back to the principle of government by the people for the people, so that legitimately, if the government increases taxes, I should be able to say, what is my money being used for? And it should be for something useful, not for bullshit. Then I think that would be a step in the right direction. I mean, one thing that a friend of mine, a mate of mine actually, who's moving to the US, who I think you'd get on with, not US, sorry, Australia, who you would get on with really, really well. He and I were talking the other day, and we were saying, like, with blockchain being something that's supposed to create full transparency in finance, maybe that's something that should be applied to government finance. Maybe there should be something set up so that government finance can effectively be publicly audited by anybody. Anyone who's a seasoned auditor should be able to go online, look up the public books, audit it, and say there are shenanigans in the Sam Bean neighborhood in Brisbane. We think he might be involved. Let's send the guys over to take care of him.
To which the government would say, why on earth would we ever bring in something like that, which doesn't advantage us? Like, at the end of the day, that's the catch-22. It requires government approval to be able to handicap themselves. With, like, one of the reasons I like, Rex Patrick is because he is a big believer in transparency, and he's kind of like myself, sort of has seen the slide of Australia down down the corruption index to with the point where Australia, which used to be one of the most clean countries in the world, is now on a par with like Hungary, which is not a happy thing to say, like with them under the Orban government. So one of the things he used to do, like, and he still does, is he files freedom of information requests, FOIs, to government to make them be transparent. And there are penalties that Parliament imposes on itself, or the public service, imposes on itself if they do not comply within a set period of time. They've been ignoring freedom of information requests in Australia for about the last 3 years. They just don't respond. And of course, because it's monitored now by the government, like they're not punishing themselves either. Surprise. I agree. Sort of like transparency would be good, but I see one of the problems with blockchain being that solution being that it'd have to be government implemented, which they're not going to do. So it's funny. That then begs the question, what would be the solution? I see the problem being like that old Roman quote, which was, I think, when the populace learns that it can treat itself to largesse from like the treasury through voting, then that's the end of a democracy. And I think that's kind of almost near where the end of a lot of the West is at the moment. It's become a bidding war between the population, either the population on one side, if you're talking progressive politics, or companies on the other side, if you're talking the conservative side, each one going, how much money am I getting? And that's what it's become a game of. And depending which government of the day is in, they're like going, okay, so here's $100 million tax breaks and no jail terms for any bankers, or they're on the other hand like going, okay, so we're increasing welfare minimum wage by this amount. So, and each side is just kicking a can down the road. There's very few economies at the moment which are doing that without increasing the level of debt that they're going into. And B, that's in an era where they've getting almost across the board less take-home money from taxation because the population is now aging, the workforce, back to the basic Zion theory, but the workforce is now retiring en masse and taking their savings and investments with them. So, no one's got the plan like for that. They're still playing it as if it's 10 years ago, and any given moment, like there's another generation that they can skronk the taxation out of. So I think that's kind of where we're at. Solutions. I'm reading a book at the moment. I've always been a great fan of Lee Kuan Yew, who was the Prime Minister of Singapore. He was Prime Minister from where they went independent, when the British just dropped them like a hot potato and fucked off. Through to 1990, and that's when he took them from a third world country through to a first world one.
Yeah.
So the book I'm reading, which interestingly is titled From Third World to First, is slightly kind of his political memoirs, but also almost like a how-to. How did they do it? And it goes into detail. One of the things that struck me was he very much preaches self-reliance to the population, but to the companies. And there's initial problems with a couple of companies where they're kind of I think Mercedes-Benz had a factory there, and they were like, how much are you paying us to keep a factory open? And they're like, well, none. You've got to be in profit and willing to stay. They closed the next year. So there's a few large industries that they had to let go, and which, back then it was an island of 2 million people. So, anytime something like that happened, it had a very visible add-on effect to the unemployment rate. But in the meantime, while they're trying to preach self-reliance and create the favorable conditions for companies and cut welfare down to those who needed it, there's two things. One was they were also equally, if not more, stringent on, I guess, what Australians call a fair go, which is if we're expecting you all to be able to work, then we're going to ensure that you get reasonable take-home pay. That when your company's profits start jumping up, that you all get a slice of it. That everyone is properly unionised. There's enough money to fund the health service here without you having to dip too hard into your own pocket. But that's also properly funded. And that your union also includes an amount that can be put towards savings for a house, but also housing doesn't go beyond the reach of people, because we see ownership as being a personal stake literally in the country itself.
Yeah.
But they were, as a government, so brutal on themselves and ensuring that anytime they asked anything of the population, they were delivering from their end twice as much in services, in being able to make sure that everything was within reach, and not just getting hoarded off in a particular corner. And there's plenty of times they took hits from that, like they had an investment company set up by an English guy who and it was a large part of their early sort of finance sector, and they busted him for basically pumping and dumping, and basically he fled the country, and they had extradition orders out for him, with the British government, who of course are wanting to protect their own, and they're also not only doing that, but they're saying, you don't want to do this if you want to attract a finance business. But they sort of kind of went, well, this is the fair go that we have to kind of ensure that you just can't get away with large financial white collar crime in this country just because, you got the backing of another government. This is how fair we have to play it. So, yeah, I was kind of impressed by that. I think that's something definitely we've lost sight of. Like, whenever the conservative side makes its case for slashing services or cutting, drawing in the belt, there's always, if not the reality, at least the perception that's applied unequally. So the same time they're doing that is the same time that the people who can afford it the most are usually getting festooned with large amounts of tax breaks or financial incentives to bring business there, which everyone these days is well aware doesn't tend to trickle down. You go up higher up the list economically, you can say, well, the taxation that comes off those higher end financial services that you're protecting, sometimes against the very laws that you've signed in yourselves. That's what's providing enough income flowing through the country to be able to keep some matter of services funded. But at the end of the day, you have to have that vision and that strength of character, personally, but also politically, to say, this is who we are, this is what it's about. And if you can't expect people to have a buy-in, to be able to go some hard yards if there's no vision for a better time afterwards, but there's also no sense of fairness. They don't see that shit cake getting shared out equally. So it's an amazing book to read. Really recommend it. But it's an interesting one to read in this day and age, because the question on everyone's lips at the moment is terrible leadership around the world, multiple crises, aging population. What the fuck do we do? How do we get out of this? One of the other good things, I guess, out of reading the book, and it also ties in a bit with one of my other, I guess, geopoliticists I like listening to at the moment, Ian Bremmer, is that it's good to have a crisis. Complacency is a fucking killer. They don't say this explicitly, but this is my read of it. Complacency is a killer, both personally, but also with the country. Australia probably being the most complacent of all. We've had the easiest run any country could ever hope for, and it's really reflected with the people here. Bless them. But when a crisis happens, then you can sort of break out of established norms. Then you have the excuse for getting rid of systems that aren't working, but the political will hasn't quite been strong enough there. When a crisis happens, then you can break out of some of these patterns. And Ian Bremmer openly says there's an ideal crisis, which isn't so big that it destroys everything, but it's big enough to sharpen everyone's minds. He uses, again, the Ukraine war is probably a good example of that. That has reactivated NATO. It's got rid of the false idealism of ever drawing Putin's Russia into the European economy, or of relying upon them for energy, or that politics and economics can be exclusive. It never has been. It's just an illusion we've sustained for a few decades at the moment because it was, financially nice for a bunch of people, and now it's not. So it's been the right size crisis. Shit for Ukraine, but the right size crisis for the rest of Europe to actually focus some mind on A, policies, B, where they're going from here, C, reinvigorating NATO and giving that a sense of purpose, but D, actually working out who wants to be in the fucking boat, because this isn't the last crisis. In fact, this feels like the first one in a chain of them all lined up. And anyone who doesn't want to be in there pulling their weight, it's been a good year for working out who that is and isn't.
I am definitely going to have to check out that book, because one of the things as I survey what's going on at the moment is you keep kind of falling back on, okay, if the government in the US, the government in the UK, and I just want to clarify for anyone, when I talk conservative, I am definitely not talking about these fucking idiots that masquerade as conservatives in this country, because they
make conservatives weep.
They are the very, very furthest thing from actual conservatism that I've ever seen in my life. They are basically the Democrats under different branding. But anyway, so the you kind of take a step back and you look and say, okay, who's getting this right? And really, the only two countries I can think of where I can see a degree of prosperity that's sustainable, and I feel like the trends, for the most part, point in the right direction. Singapore is one, Dubai is the other. I have a hunch in years to come, Saudi Arabia is going to kind of move towards the Dubai model. And I know that because my company, I'm not directly involved in this, but my company is doing business with them, and some of the plans they have are pretty insane. You will know about that as well, like Neom and things like that.
No.
If they can finally
being in Australia, Asia's in the spotlight, but Middle East is such a blind spot for us.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No. So I mean, my view is the two biggest growth economies in the next 25 to 50 years will be the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia, and Mexico. Mexico can get their crime under control. They have got such a prosperous future ahead of them because, number one, they have got fantastic quality people that live there. Number two, they are right on America's doorstep. They are the preeminent choice for the entire supply chain to reorganize, because as Peter Zion has said, it's much cheaper to load the goods you've produced on the back of a truck and drive it into America than it is to put it on a ship and take it from China across to the States.
Ship won't necessarily be much of an option either, like going forward. So yeah.
Well, exactly. But the thing is, like, if you look at the way that empires rise and fall, it's actually by very similar markers. The markers occur in the same order practically. So firstly, you have an improvement in education across the populace becomes more educated. Then the populace becomes more innovative. As they become more innovative, their share of the world economy starts to increase. As their share of the world economy starts to increase, their say in global matters, their influence and their sway on the global stage increases. So too does their military presence, and then ultimately they potentially end up in the situation where the US is right now. And then the flip side is true as well. As they decline, first, education declines, which has definitely happened over here. Secondly, innovation declines, which has happened over here. That's the thing about the UK, and I don't mean for this to be like a rant about the UK, but that's one of the things that's so sad to me about this country. Like, I look at so many things that I'm interested in, audiophile gear, hi-fi stuff as an example. Almost every major great hi-fi brand started in this country, and almost every single one of them isn't based here anymore.
And computing as well. England traditionally was the world leader. Like that was, and still to this day, like I think you get some of your best programmers or your IT minds from that older generation who are now starting to retire from England.
Automotive, Marshall amplification, that was started. People think of Marshall amps as an American brand. It's not. It's a UK brand. It started in Milton Keynes. So the innovation declines as innovation declines. The country's position on the global economy declines, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then in the midst of what happens as this goes on, population becomes more divided. The population is prone to politically start following populists on both left and right, and then eventually you have so in Ray Dalio's words, it's typically a civil or a global war, and then it resets, and the cycle begins anew. You would hope that it would be more of the kind of manageable crisis or manageable catastrophe that Ian Bremmer was talking about. But you don't know. I mean, again, as I said, unfortunately, I think I would say you could probably diagnose the US, the UK, definitely Germany, big chunks of Europe actually, as being on that road down. And the thing that I find so galling is just the fact that not only do they not do they not kind of acknowledge that they need to do something to turn the ship around? But the things that they're putting in place, it's almost like it's there to take away whatever last remaining joy people still can extract from life. I don't know if you've been following the fiasco in Europe right now with these nitrogen pollution laws that they want to put in place, which will effectively put out of business several million farmers. So the logic of a group of fucking lunatics, bureaucrats that look at it, that assess the world situation and go, there's imminent risk of food shortages in continental Europe, so we know we'll put most of our farmers out of business completely. I mean, that sort of thing to me is just it's so beyond being criminal. I kind of, that stirs the revolutionary in me, and I'm like, I can understand why people took to the streets in France,
What's
many
the laws that
centuries
they're
ago.
proposing?
So
is it
they
nitrogen
want
or nitrate runoff?
I think it's, I don't know the exact technical term. Let me have a quick double check of that. So it is. It's nitrogen pollution. Emission of nitrogen oxides and ammonia have been too high in the Netherlands for many years. I mean, your nonsense. This causes excessive deposition of nitrogen, which is harmful for both nature and public health. So it's nitrogen pollution. But I mean, even over here in the UK, I mean, you have an issue with farmers committing suicide and or either killing themselves, or they sell their farms and they get out of farming altogether because it's so overregulated. You own a farm, you own land, you can do nothing on it without you can't even move gravel around on your land without getting a permit from the government. So they figure out ways to completely and utterly depress people around every corner. Again, in terms of the size of the public sector in this country versus relative to the population, 67 million people, and there's 5.7 million people employed by the public sector.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
Yeah.
And then you think, well, our tax money goes towards all these permits, all this bureaucracy, all this red tape. And it's not that, I'm in favor of deregulating to a point where, people are dumping their chemicals back in the ocean. Although even with the regulations, the situation in Ohio right now suggests that it doesn't really matter what regulations are in place. But
I suspect that's got something other than regulations like behind it.
Yeah, that's fucking wild. I mean, I don't think it'll be quite as bad as Chernobyl, but I mean, there's some people saying it could be the worst ecological disaster in the history of the country.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, look, I've been aware. I've got 2 points of view. Like one I've already told you, which is like, on my when the night is dark and I've got the candle burning and I'm getting conspiratorial and kooky, I'm kind of like, well, this is one of like a whole spread of things that have happened like since the start of the year. It wouldn't be past my imagination to think that like at some point Putin just got fucked off with like, all the Bradley and Leopard tanks like heading over to Ukraine, has just picked up the phone to every like one of these pricks in the US. Of course, there's plenty there, and it's just gone, cause shit. Put the phone down. And they're, it's soft targets. And I could imagine that they've been sitting as possibilities for a while. When the sun's up and I'm a little bit more realistic, then
you've had your coffee.
I've had my decaf like with Natvia, like sugar replacement and oat milk. Then I kind of realize it's not even a secret. It's openly known that like infrastructure in the US hasn't really been looked after, hasn't been kept up with for about the last 20, 30 years. And in the case of some of the states, like the ones not making, where the government coffers haven't quite been as full, they haven't been able to keep up, or they haven't been willing, I guess, to keep up upkeep of important things like rail network, bridges, so on and so forth. So it's no huge surprise that they're failing. What probably is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser is when like you got a bunch all failing like in such a short period of time. But yeah, it's definitely, after the big build-ups that they had, particularly like post-war, like my impressions whenever I was on tour in the States, like I was like, well, the post-war happened, and then large segments of the country have just been left to fucking rot since then. You know, anyone like going, oh, the roads and the bridges are falling apart. At this point, it's kind of like, mate, of course it is. Like, have you traveled outside of some of the few shiny cities that they got there? It's place is fucked. You know, it's a toilet like with a nice few shining stars like amongst it.
Yeah,
And
the handle. It's a rusty toilet with like a gold, beautifully polished handle.
No, it hasn't had a spring clean since the 1800s. You know? Yeah. So yeah, that's who I think might be the go there. I forget how we got onto that. The coffee's worn off. I've stopped gurning. I can't the Alzheimer's has returned a bit.
No, well, it's as I said. I don't know. It terrifies me to think where it ends. I mean, another thing that's been happening here in the UK, it's recently come to light. There's a government group called I think it's called the 77th Brigade or something. They got a blank check from Boris Johnson during COVID to start actively monitoring private citizens that are speaking out in any way contradicting anything the government says, whether that was questioning the COVID narrative, questioning the vaccine, and then they just started spreading to everything else. And they, under the auspices of wanting to prevent far right, people becoming radicalized by the far right, they started looking at people, people's reading habits, their TV viewing habits, amongst the, and I can send you the articles on this as well. Amongst the TV shows that that they have cited as potentially dangerous to and would lead you to radicalization is Great British Railway Journeys. So it's I
always knew there was something about those train spotters. I always knew it.
There you go. You've also heard about this this business of I can't remember who the publishing house is, but I know it's happening here in the UK. They've got sensitivity readers, to come and read Roald Dahl books and correct some of the language in it, which I'm wondering when the sensitivity readers are going to check out some of your lyrics on Satan in his original glory.
Oh my god! I was going to say, they'll be an absolute feast for them. Their fucking brain will explode. But if it doesn't explode, I guarantee that it'll be like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, like when they see the lyrics to the fucking new Werewolves album. I really went to town on that one. It will be like the bit where they open the ark and they just fucking start melting.
Face just melts off.
Yeah.
No, it's. I mean, and again, people aren't down with this shit. They're not interested in it. All the woke movies and the woke TV shows, they're almost all abject failures. No one cares, and they just carry on pushing it out, and they just carry on trying to go after every single thing that people like. And it's just, as I said, it drives me fucking nuts. And the degree to which we're force fed it and we're supposed to smile like this is a wonderful thing. They talk about the elites in Davos tell us that we're soon going to have to start giving up our holidays. Stanley Johnson, Boris Johnson's equally fucking stupid father, let it slip basically on TV a while back. He's been very involved in the Davos crowd, and he let slip a while back that sometimes you might get to the airport and you just might not be able to go on holiday. It's like, listen, you cunts, you took over 1,000 private jets to Davos. Al Gore took 2 private jets to Davos, one for himself, one for his entourage. And we are being told that we're not allowed to drive our cars. We're not allowed to go on holiday once a year. These people can go fuck themselves. I mean, this is why I say it's where I get stirred up. The revolutionary in me wakes up, because it's like something somewhere is going to give at some point.
Yeah, here's the thing, and it reminds me again of like what I've been reading about Lee Kuan Yew's Singapore. It's sort of like you don't ask, if you're a leader, you do not ask people to do something that you're not going to do yourself. If you're going to do a 5% wage cut across the board because you're in a recession and you're trying to attract capital, well, yes, that applies to the fucking public service as well. If you suggest something like that, while you're giving yourselves like massive £1 million bonuses or whatnot, no one's going to buy in. Everyone's going to be looking for the loophole. There's not a feeling of we're all in this together. No one's going to draw together. There's not going to be any camaraderie. No one's going to fucking pay attention.
Yeah.
And so yeah, if they're saying stuff like, while they're on the fucking jet off to their latest holiday, going, people mightn't be able to take holidays anymore. It's like,
yeah,
you first, motherfucker.
They try and push. I mean, they are so actively trying to push bugs into the like national diet. Yeah, it's ridiculous. They had a trial in Wales where they had a bunch of kids eat bugs for 3 weeks to show people that you can live healthy off of a bug-based protein. And then they've got like, I know they did in Australia as well. Actually, they have like video of the kids going, "This is so delicious." It's like, no, it's fucking not. Don't try and tell me it's delicious when you're not eating this. Because when we see when the menus leak about what was served at Davos, it's fish, steak. I mean, they're living off the bounty of the land. Yeah. You and I are being told we're going to have to get used to cricket burgers.
I was going to say, like, I don't think the diet of Mao's China, revolutionary China, is something that maybe we should be aspiring to.
Hell no.
But having said that, like at some of the fine dining restaurants, I'm a fine diner. I will go and like hunt down the Michelin star restaurants and like nom my way through their degustations. And some of those will will serve insects, as part of it. And Australia as well has a long tradition of eating ants as well. Particularly with the indigenous here, as well as like not yams, wishity grubs. So that's sort of always been a bit of the thing here, and there's been a resurgence, not pushed by anyone with like a blue mohawk and an indeterminate agenda or anything like that. That's more coming from people who have kind of like gone, how did people used to eat here? How was it done without basically wrecking everything around it or needing a ton of fertilizer, or all that sort of thing. The whole seasonal local thing kicked off about 10 years ago, like here big time, and I was poo-pooing that then. My idea was when I have a fine meal, like if I eat a strawberry, I don't give a fuck if it came from the neighborhood. Yeah, I don't care if it was grown on Mars, like in fucking depleted uranium, and he had to spend $1 trillion bringing it to me. I want the best. That's all I was about. And now I've had like a little bit of a turn. Like I'm kind of like, again, looking at the trends going forward, where food is going to be an issue starting probably this year. I'm happy that somebody was casting their eye over how to get food for the minimum amount of cost for the maximum nutritional value. And hey, while we're at it, let's try and make it tasty as well. So I've tried bugs and the deep fried crickets and stuff like that, and done a blind taste test between fried shrimp and fried crickets, and found minimal difference, except that of course one costs times 100 the others. So I can sort of see a place for that. And fine dining historically also has like a little bit of a tradition of taking the foods which people poo-pooed and looked down on throughout history and refused to eat. God, I wouldn't be dead eating that. And that can be stuff like the potato, and that was popularized in France. Like the way they did that, like the king had his own garden. I forget which king it was. And they worked out that unless they got everyone onto this easy source of carbohydrates that would grow anywhere, that their population was going to fucking starve. But if no one would eat it, they snobbed it off. And so he planted the potatoes in his private garden, but he knew that people broke into the garden every now and then to see what the king was eating, and occasionally to nick it themselves. So he got a good potato crop going in there, and sure enough, they broke in, nicked the potatoes out of it, and they became popularized that way. So it worked its way down through the king's court to the rest of the country. So it's kind of a well-worn path. Things like, from potatoes to tomatoes to, otoro, like tuna belly. These are things that used to just get chucked away, which are now kind of like, the gourmands go for, and like, can charge a premium price for, a good bit. So I'm sort of like slightly flexible with my food. Still love a fucking steak. Don't get me wrong, and that's exactly what I'm having tonight.
I'm going to start raising my own cattle, and I'm going to sit on a a raised platform with my crossbow in case anybody tries to come and take any of my cows off me.
You're going to go full old school English. You're going to be like, "Get off my land."
Well, mate, I would if that sort of thing becomes commonplace. Yeah, I would fuck off back to South Africa. I again driving through there. I pointed around. I said to Paige, "Do you honestly think anyone here is going to give two shits about that?" Never. They will never give. They will never ever stop eating meat. They will never change their diet. Car electrification is not going to happen in South Africa. I'll tell you right now, you and I'll be dead before it comes anywhere close to happening. There's just certain things about the country where it cuts across all races. They are just very stubborn about certain stuff. They will not change it. It's three things: driving, eating, rugby. So
the Boas are known for their stubbornness as well. So yeah.
My man, what an absolute pleasure to catch up with you again.
You didn't even talk about Japan.
No, well, that's the thing. I was like thinking about it, thinking, shit, man, we do need to. I need to ask you about that when you brought it up. There's so much stuff we could still sit here talking about. I'm pretty sure we could do another 6 hours, but someday in the not too distant future, we're going to need to have us a couple of glasses of decent red wine as well. Do one of these
coming out to Australia this year?
It won't be this year. I'd say so. It won't be this year. It possibly won't be 2024 either, because I'm going to get married in 2024. But it'll be maybe 2025. I'd say odds are 2025.
Oh, you better do it quickly before they ban holidays, dude.
Well, there you go. You'll be turning. Is 2025 when you turn 50?
What year are we in right now? Yes.
Extended birthday celebration. Old Smith's coming over. Yeah, we're gonna have to drink some good red wine. We're gonna have to have some good steaks. I'm not sure you're gonna be able to convince me about the bugs, but I'm too full of shit when it comes to food.
I won't serve it up about that.
All right, hang fire for 2 seconds. I'm gonna finish recording. I just wanted to say something to you off air.
As she reaches out to touch heart beats deep and calm. Its breath is hot like fire. The face of an animal. Joined to her own, they become one.
Alright, you just listened to a track called The Sweetest Juice by the Antichrist Imperium, the opening number off my favorite album of 2022. That album, of course, Volume 3, Satan in His Original Glory, and it is available right now on Apocalyptic Witchcraft Records. Massive thank you to Sam for a very hefty conversation. I think it's a given now that when he's on, we're going to be talking for a while. But great catching up with him. There will almost certainly be a part 4, so I hope you guys enjoyed that too. Right now, though, I want to talk about some new releases. I've been promising to do a release roundup for a while, so there are 4 records, actually 5, that I want to bring to your attention. First up, we've got Sanguinasugabog out of Columbus, Ohio, dropping their second album, Homicidal Ecstasy. It is out right now on Century Media Records. There has been a lot of buzz about this album. Buzz that I would compare to some of the hype around the Undeath record that came out last year, so I'm not going to be surprised to see this album make its way onto year-end best lists, maybe even half-year-end best lists, because those seem to be more and more in vogue now as well. Now, for the most part, I think the clamor is at least reasonably justified. If you like death metal that is as bottom-heavy as Kim Kardashian on a thrice-daily squat regime, you are going to be in your absolute element listening to this. It's aggressive, it is thick, it's nasty, it's groovy, and it is a very competently executed death metal record that is delivered with swagger that is absolutely undeniable. Next up, we've got 9, the debut record by Host, a project featuring Greg McIntosh and Nick Holmes of Paradise Lost. To nobody's surprise, this record has an awful lot in common with the much derided Paradise Lost record Host that was released back in 1999. Personally, I have been very open about the fact that I absolutely loved that album, and even now in 2023, it will still make it reasonably high up on my list of favorite Paradise Lost records. It has therefore been another probably non-surprise that 9 is ranks very, very high up on my list of most anticipated releases for Q1 of 2023, and I am very pleased to report that if you liked the style of the Host record, then the debut under this banner definitely does not disappoint. Bands like Depeche Mode, Sisters of Mercy, other icons of the 80s kind of new wave goth scene are worshipped pretty openly across the entirety of the album, but the songs are executed with all of the dexterity that you have come to expect from Nick and Greg. I think fans, that feel the same way that I do are almost certainly not going to be disappointed, and I would highly recommend that if you are in the camp that liked Host, you need to listen to this album as soon as possible. Another album I've been very excited to hear for a while now is The Anti-Current by Omega Infinity. That was released by Season of Mist this past Friday, and it follows up their excellent debut, Solar Spectre, which I believe in the year that it came out made it onto my best records of that year. I have, of course, had Tentacle, the drummer and one of the co-creators of the band, as well as Zen on the podcast twice. We will definitely see if we can get them on again at some point. But if we focus just on the music for now, to my ears, the vision of kind of melding sci-fi, and this kind of dark, spacey sound with black metal is one that they have distilled into something that I think is even more effective and more focused on this record than it was on Solar Spectre. It is a truly unique and truly challenging black metal album for the modern era. It is performed, in my view, by 2 absolute masters of their craft. And I would certainly want to shout out Zenoir again for his vocal work, because the guy is just absolutely extraordinary. I mean, he elevates every single song by virtue of his presence there. And for those that aren't familiar with Zen, he is also the vocalist for Nea Obliviscaris, who I believe have a new record coming out reasonably soon as well. This is something that is much, much darker and bleaker, though. It is also definitely not a record that you're just going to put on and sort of have playing in the background while you and your chums crack a few cold ones. If you are willing to give it the time, sit through it end to end, it is a very enjoyable, very unique journey that you all want to go back to again and again. Finally, there's a record called Benediction by a band called Sodality out of Poland. This is their second record following up 2020's Gothic. It was released by the brilliant Norma Evangelium Diaboli label, which to my mind is now starting to become a mark of excellence. If you, I'm trying to think off the top of my head if I can recall anything that is truly shit that was released on that label in the last 2 years, and I'm kind of coming up blank. So, fantastic label. Unsurprisingly, the band is fantastic, and if you were familiar with Gothic, Benediction Part 1, I believe is how they're billing this, so hopefully Part 2 is coming out later this year, is a giant leap forward from that debut record. It blends doom into really kind of angry, raw, visceral, second wave influenced black metal. But what really, really elevates the record massively as an end-to-end experience is the fact that as the album progresses, the band almost appear to be more and more confident to kind of drop in these really interesting left field elements. They don't kind of go entirely avant-garde, but there's kind of always something coming up that you didn't expect. And the great thing about that as an end-to-end experience is that it shifts gears on you enough, or it takes you down enough kind of unexpected paths that you never feel bored, and you're kind of always anticipating that next shift or that next change. I think it's a great example of why I love albums more than I do EPs as well. I mean, I've touched on this before, but again, I think to endure Benediction from start to finish genuinely does feel like a lengthy and rewarding journey, similar to the Anticurrent that I mentioned before. And it's one that you are going to want to immediately go back to. I think if you're a fan of most of what I do on this podcast, or most of the bands that I showcase on this podcast, Sodality is a band who needs to be on your radar, and Benediction Part 1 definitely needs to be a record that you check out very, very soon. I would even go as far as to say it merits the rating of top notch. Also, just a quick one as an aside, before I play you guys a Sodality song, the new Venomous concept record is out as well. We discovered on the news rant that this one was going to be very, very different to the ones that put up previously. Venomous Concept, for those of you that don't know, started life as a grindcore project featuring Shane Embury of Napalm Death, Kevin Sharp of Brutal Truth. I think someone from the Melvins was in there as well for a while. They've put out 4 really great grindcore records. I'm particularly picky when it comes to grindcore, but I mean, these guys are masters at what they do, so those have been records that have been uniformly enjoyable. The new album, The Good Ship Lollipop, is a massive step away from that. I mean, it's like a Paradise. What Host was to Paradise Lost, The Good Ship Lollipop may end up being to Venomous Concept. There are elements of stadium rock, definitely a very distinct Killing Joke, almost kind of post-punk vibe thrown in there. But what makes this album so cool and so interesting is that you still kind of get Kevin Sharp doing, his, roaring vocals over some singing that he's doing on top of that. You definitely still get the very signature Shane Embury riffing style. And again, these guys have been at it for so long, and they're so good, and they've been so consistent at what they do. It's an album that I think if you give it a chance and you go into it with an open mind, you are really going to enjoy it. I fucking love it. So, but that being said, I was intending to play you a track by Sodality, and I'm going to do so right now off the album Benediction Part 1. This is a tune called Rapture. You just listened to a song called Rapture by Sodality out of Poland. The album is called Benediction Part 1. It's available on Norma Evangelium Diaboli, and it is absolutely fucking crushing. Right now, my friends, first of all, we have already passed the 3-hour mark on this podcast. I think we are on track for this to be my longest episode ever. But like I said at the top of the show, I know that I would have gotten all sorts of heat from the legions if I skipped out on a weekly news rant. And I also didn't want to give you guys an edited version of the Sam Bean conversation because, I mean, as I said, I enjoyed all of it. And, you know, I always see it this way. If I enjoy it, chances are very good you guys are going to enjoy it. All of that being said, if you're still with me, get ready because, or I should say this, if you're still with me, but at any point in your life, you have found the words of Joy Behar on The View to make sense somehow, then it's time to get to step in because this is my weekly news rant. First headline this week, Cruachan stream new single. I believe Cruachan is how you pronounce that name, but again, I speak under correction. I think my destruction of several band names and basically my rape of many non-English languages is now well storied. But anyways, I have had a couple of folks tell me that I need to check this band out. I've not yet done so, but it says here, Cruachan's fourth and final single from their upcoming new album, The Living and the Dead, is out now. The Witch is available for streaming via YouTube Down Under. Before we get this kicked off, one side note, I mentioned the Lars von Retriever channel a couple of weeks ago. Make sure that you check out the Am I Evil that they did with Trump. It starts off with them redoing the line, "My mother was a witch," to "Pelosi was a witch." And I thought that was fucking hysterical. Anyway, but childish jokes aside, let's hear what the new Cruachan sounds like. I must admit, bare-chested men in kilts did give me pause for thought, and I'm referring, of course, to the photo of the band that I see over there. But yeah, like I said, legitimately, quite a few folks that listen to the podcast have told me to check this out, and I kind of feel like you guys are playing an April Fool's joke on me because this stinks. But who knows? Maybe something exciting happens pretty shortly. But I will, yeah. So far, I'm not convinced. We're 50 seconds in though, so let's give it another 30 seconds or so. No, this is fucking shit. It reminds me a little bit of Orange Goblin, which I believe is also nonsense. But I mean, the production is good. That's about all that I can say for it. So anyway, let's move on. Blood Red Throne dropped new official single. These guys have been hacking away quite literally for a great many years now. So it says here, death metal legends Blood Red Throne are celebrating their 25th anniversary with the release of a brand new single, Latrodectus. The latter was recorded at Mayhem Music Sound Studio. Ronnie Bjornstrom handled the mix and mastering. I have yet to be thoroughly convinced by Blood Red Throne. They've had a couple of albums that were decent, that were passable, but they've always been B tier at best, as far as I'm concerned. in spite of the fact that they've got a pretty serious lineup. I mean, I think they used to have, if I'm not mistaken, Trim from Emperor drumming for them. I don't know whether that's still the case, but I mean, they don't have slouches playing in this band, and yet somehow their music has just been really ordinary for me. It's like, it's not bad; it's very well performed. It just lacks a little bit of feeling. Like when I talk to some folks and I ask them about what music they're listening to, and they say, "Oh, I only listen to old music because the new music lacks the vibe of the old bands." A band like Blood Red Throne to me has not consistently, but certainly at times in their career, kind of epitomized that. But maybe I'm being too harsh. So let's check out what Latrodectus sounds like. And I see they have actually signed to Soul Cellar Records now, and obviously Soul Cellar also have Old Forest and Friedenstahl on their roster. So you never know. That might be a good omen. We're about to find out. Let me stop there. So, firstly, I had to correct myself. I have to correct myself. Trim was never in this band. They did have Court, I believe, is how I pronounce his name. He played on the affiliated with the Suffering record. He is currently in Green Carnation, and he used to be in Carpathian Forest. He was also the bass player on In the Nightside Eclipse. So that's where the Emperor connection comes from. He is no longer in the band, is my understanding. But I mean, this is not bad. I think when the vocals kick in, and it feels like it comes together a little bit more than it does with that main riff that plays. That main riff that plays, the drumming over it is very unimaginative. Unsurprisingly, the riff that is played, over those drums is very unimaginative as well. And I mean, you could probably make the argument, if you wanted to be a complete pessimist, that there is absolutely nothing about the song that is in any way original. But like I said, it does feel like it works better once the vocals have kicked in. And then, of course, they do add that one little bit of spice that I like around the bit that we've just paused now. I love that echo kind of at the end of the vocal line, right as we're about to go into a different segment of the song. So, I mean, I'm not hating it. I'm not entirely blown away by it either. But let's hear where it goes next. almost slight Morbid Angel vibe there, and something that I also really like about what I've heard. I don't know whether you guys are getting this on wherever you're listening this on. If you got this on the headphones, then maybe you're picking this up. But I really like the mix. Everything is really nice and distinct. You kind of get a distinct bass line. The drums sound really kind of distinct, and there's air between the instruments is the way that I like to describe that. So that I like very much. I think the vocalist does a pretty good job as well. And then, that bit that we listened to right now, not bad at all. Again, will it excite me as much as something like the that Last Dying Fetus single that we listened to a couple of weeks ago? Not really. We listened to a couple of death metal songs but in that particular week, of which the names currently escape me, that I liked more than I like this. But this is better than I've heard from them for a while. Or at the very least, I'm more curious to hear what the rest of the record sounds like. I think than I've done hearing singles from other records that they've done recently. So I guess we'll wait and hear when the full length record is released. They're not giving any details of that year right now. But I would assume there's probably going to be an announcement reasonably soon. So let us move on. The next headline that is grabbing my attention. At the Altar of the Horned God post Catonic Summoning single. Catonic Summoning, a brand new preview tune off At the Altar of the Horned God's upcoming album Heart of Silence, has surfaced online. The new outing comes out next Friday, March the 3rd. I have said before, I really like the name At the Altar of the Horned God. Tell you what I don't like, though. The fact that they've posted a Bandcamp link as opposed to a YouTube link. So I'm not going to bother listening to that. However, Blindfolded and Led to the Woods will almost certainly not fail me in this. Blindfolded and Led to the Woods, I just want to say, I featured them on this podcast before they were signed. I would hope that being featured on this podcast at the very least brought them to the attention of a couple of folks. But anyways, it says New Zealanders Blindfolded and Led to the Woods are excited to announce the release of their fourth studio record titled Rejecting Obliteration. Due on May 19th through Prosthetic Records, it was produced by Samuel K. Sproul and the band. The 10-piece effort was mixed by Samuel K. Sproul in Melbourne, Australia, and mastered by Alan Duches at West Side Music, New York. Methlium is the name of the new track, which can be streamed below, and it serves as a first taste of what is to come. That last record they put out was fucking spectacular, and like I said, I much like many of the bands that I've said this about, I could not wrap my head around why they were not signed. I've been very excited to hear what they do, since the announcement of this prosthetic deal has come through. And I do think they're one of those bands that, with the right degree of exposure, they could be absolutely massive. They have all the elements, at least judging by the last record, all the elements are in place. There's the badassness, there's the groove, there's the they got a very unique sound or a very kind of unique identity. I'm curious to hear what Methlium sounds like. We're going to find out right now. I can hear that we're about to get into Boogie Down territory, but so far I really, really like that. Great riff, like the vocals, love the delivery. By the way, just as a side note, because I was also super impressed by that drummer, but how fucking mind-blowing was that little nugget that Sam revealed about Jamie from Ulcerate, basically just improvising his way through an entire show. That to me is just mind-blowing. I don't know what's going on in New Zealand, but they're clearly turning out a couple of pretty decent drummers, because this cat knows how to play the skins as well. But yeah, very good so far. Let's hear where it goes from here. Hard as shit. And that drummer's name is Tim Stewart. I just double checked now. Kudos to you, Tim, because that is a fucking spectacular performance. But that is excellent, and I love that bit of black metal a very subtle whiff, but it's there. That bit of black metal that they tossed into the bit that we just listened to now. Great stuff. Love the band photo that they have as well, dressed in flannel and looking like hog farmers. Good stuff, and once again, man, very, very pleased for these guys that they've been picked up by a decent label. You know, I was kind of joking about hoping that they got noticed because of being on the show, but I do kind of hope that bands that I feature on the podcast, especially unsigned bands, are getting noticed by labels. I know labels listen to. I know a few folks from various labels that listen to the podcast, so you would hope that when I have these bands featured on, the like demo of the week, or when I'm just talking about them generally, that it helps raise their profile a little bit. Because, like I've said, that's part of the reason why this show exists, is to help the bands that I believe in get some proper recognition. A band who will probably need no recognition thanks to the fact that they feature the great Sammy Due from Goatwhore. Anger Rot are a death metal band who have now launched an Adam Youngerman directed official video for the new single Bastard Creature. As I said, it features a guest appearance by Sammy Due from Goatwhore, and it appears on the group's forthcoming The Profound Recreant album due on March 21st. The Duke of Metal, Dave Berardi, has been raving about this. I've not heard it yet. My expectations are high, and if the Duke of Metal wants a return invite to the podcast, he better fucking hope and pray this is good. So let's give it a listen. very knowingly old school in their songwriting, but kind of done with a modern flair. Is my takeaway from the first 90 seconds of that song. That vocalist, though, man, Jesus Christ, that guy sounds badass. I'm just looking it up, or I'm looking the band up on Metal Archive now. So the chap's name is Chad Petty. He's also been in a band called Empty Throne, Suffer. He was formerly of ex-Tennessee Murder Club, ex-The Blinding Light, and ex-Pucus. Yeah, what a fucking badass. Angerot from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Very, very, very impressed with what I just heard there. And I have high hopes for where the song goes from here. Oh, that is fucking excellent. I mean, I'm sitting here, it's almost like conscious of the fact that I could very easily just carry on listening to the song right through to the end. This is not we don't have the time for that, let's be honest. But that's fucking excellent. It's really, really, really good. It keeps on kind of taking you to different places, unexpectedly. The song kind of keeps shifting gears at just the right time. And you've got phenomenal performances across the board. You've got that vocalist who's a fucking madman. You've got riffs, and then some. Great production. I like the aesthetics of the record. The music video. The music video reminds me a little bit of something you would have seen on a Nuclear Blast Death is Just the Beginning compilation. But that is very, very, very cool. So clearly Sammy Pierre Duet saw something in these guys. I see it also. And Bastard Creature, I think, deserves the greatest compliment of them all, that of being labeled top notch by yours truly. All right, let's move on. Girdlier stream new song. New Girdlier single, Spellbinder, is out and available for listening via the YouTube player down under. The track is part of the same titled debut album, which will land in stores on April the 21st, 2023. I think we've listened to a Girdlier song on the News Rant before. Girdlier signed now to Black Lion Records. And I'm jogging my memory now. I think this is one of the bands that I've noticed Black Lion Records signing recently. That's kind of made me think that they're a very, very much an up and coming label at the moment. And of course, this Girdlier gentleman, he looks very stern. It looks like he's pissed off with quite a lot of things in life. So let's hear if that translates to his music. That is good stuff. I feel like there's a danger here that the main man of this band, and this is actually not a band, this is a one-man project, but it feels like you could be dining out a little bit too hard on that opening riff. The riff is very, very good, but we're going to skip to the halfway mark because I'm curious to hear where the song goes. This, again, not maybe quite to the severity of Afsky that we listened to last week, but it's one of those songs that could very, very easily start to drag if there's not enough change, if there's not enough kind of progression in what we're hearing. So that's why I'm curious to know where we find ourselves 3 minutes as of the point that I'm going to hit play now, 3 minutes and 21 seconds in. And we find ourselves at almost exactly the same place as we left off at. It's good. It's not bad. But comes back to what I said before. Bar gets raised. And all of a sudden, stuff that seemed to be cutting edge previously ain't cutting edge no more. I would say that probably has never really been. That style of black metal hasn't exactly ever been cutting edge, but it's always been. When it's done well, it's excellent. But that right there, I'm not so sure. I'm not convinced at the moment. I know that I like that last single that we listened to by them, but anyway. Fear Factory introduced their new vocalist. It says here, Fear Factory are excited to announce that they've selected Milo Silvestro to take the reins as vocalist for the band's next era. This Saturday, Fear Factory will hit the road with headliner Static X on the Rise of the Machine North American tour. Dino Cazares comments, I searched long and hard for a vocalist from a country where labor costs are relatively low and contract law operates strongly in my favor. I'm talking shit, of course, but it says, it's time to introduce the world to our new vocalist. The search was long and meticulous, but I know for sure we got the right guy. It's a big week for us in Fear Factory as we make final preparations for our return to the live stage touring through the US beginning February the 25th on the Rise of the Machine tour. We can't wait to get out on the road and start kicking some ass. Milo Silvestro, the new vocalist, says it's a huge opportunity for him, blah, blah, blah. All of you know I've more or less given up on this band. I would say, actually, much as I've used this analogy before, and I don't necessarily want to say... I feel almost bad using the word now, but I do feel like I've maybe outgrown Fear Factory a little bit. I've certainly outgrown the fucking lyrics, which are some of the worst nonsense I've ever heard in my life. But I am still curious, even if somewhat morbidly so, to hear what Milo sounds like. Don't know any of the stuff he did previously, but I did find and look up a song that a YouTube channel called Arbiter of Edits put together, where he has compared Milo to Burton. And obviously Burton is out doing whatever he does, sobbing into his microphone. God knows what he's busy with at the moment. Let's hear what the two of them sound like when compared and contrasted, performing the song Dielectric by Fear Factory. So just so you all know, you just heard Milo, the new vocalist. He has been accused of sounding like Wayne Static, and I kind of have to agree. But that to me is not a bad thing necessarily. I like Wayne Static's vocals, especially Wisconsin Death Trip, which, I don't know how many more times I'm going to have to say that, but it is a fucking masterful record. A comment on that riff. If you like Fear Factory and you say in the same breath that you hate new metal, you can fuck off. That is as new metal as it gets, and this song came out in 2015, so that to me sounds like Korn, just a little bit heavier with some industrial shit layered over the top. But let's get back to it. I think we're about to hear what Burton sounds like doing the next part of the verse. Right, so on heavy vocals, I'm going to give the edge to Milo. I think he sounds better than Burton. Burton was awesome on Soul the New Machine, and he was cool on Demanufacture, but since then it's been a steady decline for him. Having seen him live, he stinks on stage as well. So I don't know how much effects have gone on to Milo's vocals for that particular recording, but based on the evidence at hand, he is the superior screamer in my view. Let's get to the clean vocals. And I think when we get to clean vocals, I think Milo is up first. I stand corrected. Neither of them are up first. They're singing together. But, I mean, you know, it sounds like, as I'm hearing it from where I'm sitting, they sound reasonably similar. I mean, you know, if you put your voice through every single possible effect and filter available to modern recording studios, you know, inevitably you're going to sound reasonably the same. All right, that's about all I need to hear from that. I know, and maybe we'll get to this when we head over to the Democrats' Guide to Rock Music. I know that Dino has been making a very big fuss of the fact that apparently he was considering a woman to be in the band. And I have to say, there is something that smacks of being very disingenuous about those comments. I don't know the man's heart, and I don't know his intentions, but I'm going to call bullshit on that. He very seriously considered a woman for the band. It would change the band entirely. I don't, nothing against, women fronting bands. Nothing. There's nothing misogynistic in what I'm saying. But it would just change the band entirely. It would be like Iron Maiden saying, we're going to get Chelsea Wolfe to be our new vocalist. So I just feel like there's a bit of, I think the charitable word would be pandering, as far as some of those comments are concerned. But again, he doesn't strike me as necessarily my kind of guy. All right, let's move on. Notfert joined forces with Soul Cellar Records. They are on a fucking tear at the moment as far as signing new bands are concerned. So black metal formation Notfert are pleased to announce that they will put in their next studio album through the Norwegian label Soul Cellar Records. The band's fourth long player is going to be entitled Helvetes Forakt and said to be released on May the 26th, 2023. No music for us to listen to, so let's move swiftly on. What else is here? Bolzer UK and Ireland tour announced in late May, early June. Switzerland's Bolzer will embark on a headlining touring march over the United Kingdom and Ireland. Abduction will be joining them as main support on all shows. They are playing, if I'm not mistaken, at the Fortress Festival. There we go. On the 4th of June in North Yorkshire, they're playing the Fortress Open Air Festival. That is a very, very tasty lineup that includes my friend Cheyenne and his band Trivax. So I may try and make it out to that as well, which would make it a whopping 2 public appearances for me in 2023. Next up, we have got Frozen Soul, who have announced Glacial Domination, the name of their new record. On May 19th, 2023, Frozen Soul will release their next full-length installment dubbed Glacial Domination. For a preview, you can give a listen to the first advanced single, Morbid Effigy, featuring Dying Fetus frontman John Gallagher as guest musician. Big fan of John Gallagher. Also, when I spoke to Kevin Sharp, and again that episode will come week after next, he actually referenced this band as a band that he really likes. So I am curious. I'm curious, but I'm also cautious because I noticed that Matt Heafy is on two of the songs on the record, and much as he seems like a perfectly reasonable guy, I'm not the biggest fan of his music. Anyways, let's hear what Frozen Soul sounds like. I want to give Century Media props on one thing. Whatever is going on with the way that they are producing music videos, I keep doing more of it, and please, can the rest of the industry take note and start doing some similar stuff. They did a fantastic job of the production values that went along with the Spirit World music videos. I mean, the whole kind of cinematic, out in the desert, satanic priests band boogieing down with their Stetsons on kind of thing. I love that. I thought it was very cool, and I'm super critical of music videos, as you guys know. This is very cool as well. The music video, if for those of you not watching this on YouTube, kind of reminds me a little bit of an 80s Wes Craven horror movie. It features a father figure going crazy as he sets up for Christmas. But just has a cool vibe to it. It's something different to the usual old man in his underpants, or band strolling around in the forest looking mean. The music itself, I'm a little about it. It's not bad at all. Well played. But I mean, it doesn't sound like anything that I haven't heard many times before. So will it appeal to a new generation? Without a doubt. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's a good thing. But the actual song, what I'm hearing, it's not something that I'm going to necessarily return to. But we've yet to hear where John Gallagher kicks in, so that may blow my whole initial assessment out of the water. Alright, seems like we are not going to hear the John Gallagher section, but I would say this: A+ on the music video, B- on the song. That's my take right now. It may very well be that I go back and I listen to the whole thing and it's actually excellent, But my initial impressions of those first 2 minutes is, it's nothing that I haven't heard done before. All right, let's check out a couple more on Metal Storm, and then we'll head over to the Democrat's Guide to Rock Music. Coldbound says here, after a long but necessary hiatus, Coldbound returned with a brand new single, while at the same time reinvents a new, more symphonic and epic sound approach, with the biggest production ever up to date in the history of the band. At the same time, the band also introduced a new lineup. Mastermind Paulie Coldblood Suka will now handle guitars, vocals, and keyboards. Other new members are named Down Under. The Skies Are Weeping comes out on March 3rd, 2023. Never heard of Coldbound before. I see, as I look through the band notes here, that they talk about featuring choirs and orchestrations. Then I see there's a guest playing the saxophone. And I see a band with a whole load of people smiling and looking really, if we're honest, a bit too merry for my taste. So I'm afraid, rather than insult them by listening to their song and calling it muck, I'm just going to give that a skip altogether. And I think that brings us around about up to date with where we left off last week, with the exception of new Cattle Decapitation. And this literally came out about an hour after I finished recording the news rant last week. So a couple of people have already asked me what I thought. Of course, I've mocked and derided this album cover enough times now that most likely we will never hear anyone from Cattle Decapitation be a guest on the podcast. But, so be it. It's not my fault they were duped into using that trash for their album cover. Old Wes Ben Scooter is out enjoying the good life with their money, whilst they have to live with the shame. But they are a very, very good band musically. No doubt about that. Their last records have been fucking excellent. So I've not heard the new single yet. It's called We Eat Our Young. But excited to hear what it sounds like. It says here, long-running death grind summoners Cattle Decapitation have recovered from the shame and humiliation of Jackie's horrible remarks about the record cover for their new album Terrasite, which is due out on the 12th via Metal Blade Records. May the 12th, I believe, actually. It just says here on the 12th, but on the 12th of what, fuck knows. Anyways, the Californians are now unveiling the first advanced single, We Eat Our Young. Check it out. Thank you very much. We shall do so. That is fucking seriously good. Total wall of sound production, intense as fuck. Travis sounds excellent. When the screams kick in and the song kind of tips into more black metal territory, phenomenal. Excellent stuff. And again, I've said what I've said about the album cover, but musically, these guys are and have been for the last several records now really beyond reproach. And as we listen to some of those death metal bands that I was playing earlier, you look at where guys like Cattle Decapitation are taking the genre. I'm not sure I see a place for some of those bands anymore. I don't want to sound horrible. I know folks will probably differ from me on this, but this to me is where it's at. This is just pushing things forward exponentially. Let's get back to it.
considerate, living in delight of belligerence. Through example the taught indifference, pieces of shit won't make deliberate. Full of contempt right with disinterest, legitimately fucking ignorant. Littered by shame, never considered it. I'll never be a better.
Holy Jesus. That was fucking excellent. I mean, you know, I used the A plus rating earlier, A plus plus for this. Yeah, fucking excellent. Really, really, really good. I hope that they are not dialing back on the goblin vocals, the goblin singing from the last record and then the record before. I really like that. But then, you know, it's also not something you want to overuse. But yeah, this song is fucking superb. So looking forward to hearing what the rest of the record sounds like. Yeah, like I said, if they can overcome that record or that album cover, you know, it tells you how good these guys actually are. Okay, we move on to the Democrats' Guide to Rock Music. It says, first and foremost, that Firstborn, featuring Chris Adler and James Lomenzo, have a new single called Sinners that's now available. Now, we've listened to some of these songs before, and I mean, they have been so cringeworthy that it almost beggars belief that a band could put this out and not at least feel a degree of embarrassment. But because I find it so hysterically funny, I am going to have to inflict upon you guys another single. The single in this instance is called Sinners, as I said before. It says here, I'm thrilled to be in a creative partnership that can do just about anything. Feels like playing in God mode on guitar or stroke band Euro. It's a passion project and it's fun for us to share. Dig in or don't. See you next month. No labels, no management, no cards, no masters. Now, there are a lot of bands that are unsigned that deserve label attention. This one, from everything I've heard so far, is not one of them. So let's hear if Sinners is any good. But I must be honest with you, I fear the worst. I mean, again, a further exhibit of the fact that this band may very well be front runners for having the worst lyrics in modern metal. Maybe the angels are angry with the devils. Maybe the angels are devils. It's like a fucking 5-year-old wrote this, and likewise that riff is, I mean, it's the sort of thing that kids that get their first guitar, 12 years old, you know, he's heard a couple of Nirvana songs and maybe a few Silverchair tracks or something like that. I mean, you know, I saw this an awful lot as a young man growing up, where those bands were very popular. You know, people. This is the sort of shit that people would sit working out in their room during that era and think they've just come up with the greatest song ever. I mean, Chris Adler's drumming is just about the only thing that's vindicating here, but how bad must he feel looking at Lamb of God thinking, I left that behind for this bullshit? Unless this guy somewhere along the line, you know, had a serious nervous breakdown or something, he cannot not feel aggrieved about the fact that he walked away from, you know, arguably one of the biggest bands in modern metal to come and play in this. I mean, I don't know what to call it. I mean, you know, far be it from me to denigrate the efforts of the people here. They clearly worked hard on it, but Jesus, it sucks. Let's get back to it.
Souls without a path, failures, bloodstained red and black.
I mean, the craziest thing is this is actually better than some of the other stuff that I've heard this band do. And yet it is still shit. The worst song we've listened to this week by no small stretch of the imagination. All right, next headline. Robert Trujillo joined Metallica on this day 20 years ago. That's pretty interesting. Fucking time flies. 20 years. Feels like a goddamn lifetime. And Robert still feels very much like the new guy. And I will admit something. As much as I think that Jason was a better presence on stage, and I think the band the performance generally just felt more energetic to me and more lively with him on stage. One thing that I do quite like, and it's a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine, those songs that he and Kirk do normally on a Metallica show, they'll do their like Kirk will have like his solo whilst the band is at the back, drinking a beer, or in James's case, sipping a water. But I quite like those songs that he and Kirk do. So they'll always do like a pretty slap-fisted cover of a song, normally by a band that are kind of local favorites. So when they were in Germany, for example, they did "Balls to the Wall" by Accept, and I think that's pretty cool. I wish they would do more of it. I saw a clip a while back where they were doing "Running with the Devil," and James came up and started doing the first he did the first verse, I think, and it sounded fucking brilliant. I was like, why don't they do this? Why don't they do an actual cover of the song? It would work so well for them. I mean, like, James sounds really good doing it. It was superb. But anyways, talk about a life-changing career move. He's almost certainly set for life. His family is set for life after that move, so good on him. Cultura Tres, featuring Sepultura's Paulo Pinto Jr., The Land single released. Long-running South American metalers Cultura Tres, whose current lineup includes Sepultura bassist Paulo Pinto Jr., has released The Land, the third single from its upcoming album Camino de Burgos. The LP is due on April the 7th via Universal Music in the Americas and Blood Blast in the rest of the world. I'm going to give it a listen, although anything that has ties to Universal Music, I'm immediately cautious, may potentially merit me a copyright issue on YouTube. But anyways, we'll take a chance any hoot, because I'm interested in hearing what this sounds like. So this is The Land. I mean, I've got to say, so far, this sounds less like The Land and much more like The Shite. How this was signed to Universal Music, I have no fucking idea. But let's hop to the 2-minute 30-second mark, because hopefully by that point it sounds less like the same dude from Firstborn, but just trying his hand at a slightly different style, a slightly different flavor of metal. Jesus Christ, what a load of shit. Paolo, do not under any circumstances make the same mistake as Chris Adler and quit your day job. Alright, Kill Devil Hill shares music video for first single in nearly a decade, Blood in the Water. I must admit, I really like the Kill Devil Hill records, and I like the fact that Johnny Kelly is in the band, because he's an incredible drummer. Don't know if you guys noticed, but Johnny Kelly, Kenny Hickey, and Kirk Winstein are in a supergroup called I Am. Kenny Hickey, of course, alongside Johnny Kelly and Typo Negative and Kirk Winstein. If you don't know he's from Crowbar, then switch off the fucking podcast right now. But I'm very curious to hear what that ends up sounding like. Hopefully it doesn't sound like too much of a Kirk Winstein solo project. I like the Kirk Winstein solo record, don't get me wrong, but I would like to hear something a little bit different. He already has avenues for doing that sort of stuff. If you're going to have a Kenny Hickey in there, number one, I want Kenny's vocals, playing off against Kirk's. Kenny is an incredible vocalist. The vocal interplay between him and Pete Steele in Typo Negative, in my view, was magic, especially when you saw them live. So I'm hopeful, but cautious. Kenny Hickey, by the way, was in a band called Seventh Void, and they put out a fantastic record called Heaven Is Gone. It came out on, I think, Big Vin Records, which was Vinnie Paul from Pantera's record label. I remember seeing them open for Monster Magnet shortly after that record came out, and the reason I bring this up is awesome experience at that show was they got to the end of, I can't remember which song it was, and then they did the chorus for World Coming Down by Typo Negative as kind of the ending of that song, and it is just unfucking real hearing that live, and especially hearing it live after Pete's death. You could tell Kenny was very emotional singing it. The guy had like tears streaming down his cheeks while he was doing it. I must admit I fought back, certainly a lump in the throat when I heard that. But that Heaven Is Gone record as well went under the radar a little bit, but it's well worth checking out. It's not brilliant from start to finish, but when it works, Jesus, there's some good songs on there. There's a tune on there called Last Walk in the Light that is particularly excellent. But yeah, looking at the photos here of I Am, it does seem like we've got Kenny in front of the microphone, which is good. Interestingly, we've got Kenny in front of the microphone, and we don't have Kirk in front of the microphone. So will this be more of a Kenny-fronted project, or does Kirk do his thing and they take advantage of the fact that they've got two of the best and most unique sounding vocalists in heavy music right now in one band? Not to mention one of my favorite drummers ever. Not the most technical dude, but man, he has got such a flair for groove, and such a great natural sense of rhythm. I've said this before. You get Johnny Kelly in a band, like when he does drums for Danzig on those old songs, every one of those old songs sounds exponentially better because of his presence on stage. And it's like that with every band I've heard him on. And likewise, when you saw Typo Negative play live, he made everything sound better. Incredible drummer and a great guy as well. Right, let's finish off with this one. The Dillinger Escape Plan's Ben Weinman teaches musicians how to make a living without making compromises. This should be interesting. Soundfly's exciting new course collaboration with Ben Weinman, guitarist, songwriter, and founding member of the Dillinger Escape Plan, teaches students the art of making a living in the music industry on one's own creative terms with no compromises. The Business of Uncompromising Art is a course like no other, and it's available in Soundfly's growing library of creative music courses. Watch the trailer below. In an industry with so much gravitational pull to the center, how does an artist today choose which path to take, what values to uphold, and what facets of their talent and identity to spotlight for the sake of growth? This comprehensive course, filled with case studies, personal challenges, stories, advice, and lessons culled from Ben's 20-plus year DIY career in music, provides resonant answers and will change the way independent artists view their mission. All marketing speak, of course, not really giving us anything related to the meat of this course. But it goes on. It says there are a million music business courses out there, but we dare you to find another that teaches you how to blow fire in a fan's face and still get paid for it. In fact, Ben argues that's part of what made his legendary mathcore band so successful for so long. Authenticity, risk-taking, an obsessive focus on fans, and an unwavering DIY ethos drawn from his heroes in punk. He'll explain how he took what many called an unmarketable band and transformed it into an iconic act and a profitable economic engine with a rabid fan base. Along the way, elucidating how to attract a passionate fan base, deliver honest art, and design creative strategies for making money in an industry plagued by old, tired models. In Ben's own words, this course teaches you to stick to your guns, follow your values, create uncompromising art, and then sell that uncompromising art in a way that doesn't suck the life out of you. Sounds like it could be pretty interesting. When he was talking about, and maybe this is part of the course, I don't know, but when he was talking about, teaches musicians how to make a living without making compromises, I thought it was going to be about financial management, which frankly I think the music industry would benefit from, much like the sports industry, because a lot of these folks go out, play shows, have a reasonable degree of income coming in, but they never take care of the coffers in advance of the non-earning years, and then when those revenue streams from the band dry up, they are caught short, and it's sad to see. Sad to see guys that you like and that you grew up admiring, really sort of verging on the point of being destitute because they never knew how to manage their money properly. And no one teaches you these things, and especially if you enjoy success young, I think because it comes unexpectedly, you kind of don't know what to do with the money. You end up squandering your money. I had success young, and I made many, many stupid mistakes when it came to money early on in my life. Not detrimental to the point of having CCJs, what they call it over here, when you don't pay your debts or anything. I've never had anything like that. But I certainly made more credit card debt than I should have. I was much more frivolous with my spending than I should have been. But you live and learn. And now I manage my own pension. If you want stock advice, you can let me know. But I'm definitely in a position now where I'm pretty comfortable with what should be coming my way the day that I retire. But again, I think it's a good idea for musicians to get that kind of to have access to that kind of material. So don't know if Weinman is doing it or if this is really just about, as he says, sticking to your guns. But, kudos to him, because Dillinger Escape Plan did just that. A unbelievably non-mainstream band, with the exception maybe of a couple of songs, but they managed to break through. And I will say I think they did it, if I had to point to three things that they did very, very well. Number one, their shows were fucking insane. These guys left literally everything on the stage every single night. And I don't know how long you can keep that up for, but they did it. Then you've got Greg Puciato, who is, in my view, one of the most astonishing frontmen I've seen in any genre of music for the last 20 years. His voice is unbelievable. His presence is incredible. I think he was a real draw to the band. And then you had the ability to write songs. For as much crazy chaos as they made, they also had, a bunch of incredibly catchy, memorable songs that, people wanted to go back to again and again. And the way that they would sequence them on their albums, kind of almost made it like that, I guess, that chocolate in the middle that you're excited to get to when you bite into a piece of cake or when you bite into a cupcake or something like that. It's, it's a phenomenal band. And sadly, I don't think we're going to ever see them do anything again, but while they were around, I loved them, and I still love their music, even though it's not necessarily, the typical stuff that you would hear on Into the Necrosphere. But folks, on that note, I am finishing off for this week. That brings me to the end of another episode of Into the Necrosphere. If you have stuck with me until this point, you almost certainly are, or can count yourself amongst the upper lieutenants of the Legion. But I really appreciate all of the support for the show, as always. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode as much as I did recording it. I am back next week with Thomas Eriksson of Mork. In the meantime, check out the Antichrist Imperium. Thank you very much to Sam Bean for his time. Check out those bands that I spoke about in my release roundup. Sanguisugabog. It's one of those things, I swear to God, they came up with a name just to try and tie up people's tongues when they say it. But anyway, Sanguisugabog is how I'm going to assume it's pronounced, and we're going to stick with that. Host, Venomous Concept, Omega Infinity, and of course Sodality. Great stuff all. In the meantime, whatever it is that you're doing, wherever it is that you are, stay safe, stay healthy, and I will see all of you bad motherfuckers again next Tuesday.